Whew. Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teaches Believe Itself, on TikTok 1974 9 Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, encourage, and suggest that you read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teaches and Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward on my platform. Lately, it's been a lot to do with and what have you, and I've been thinking going down the rabbit hole, right? And today we're going down the rabbit hole Trump style, okay? Because there's a lot of chaos happening in the world right now. And Donald Trump is saying to Zelensky that he's going to create World War III. Well, it's not going to be Zelensky who creates World War III. Donald Trump is like, he's trying to deflect it. He's trying to put it onto somebody else when he's the one actually doing it. Because right now, tariffs are coming out, and the tariff wars are happening, right? There are people, I was on and I made comments because see, the people, they're blaming the Canadians for what's going on. They're saying that, Trump is doing it, like, Trump is doing this, and making the Canadians move and stuff like that. Well, the Canadians were already moving. They were just moving in secret, okay? Whether people believe that or not, I don't care. I seen a TikTok video where a guy in the States, he was ready with his bat, and I actually have, I have the stuff here because I actually ended up, because what got me on this rabbit hole was a lot of stuff was coming up with regards to Donald Trump being an asset to Russia, which, I already felt it anyways. It wasn't just that he was an asset. Donald Trump has many, and his family has many ties to the mob and mafia and what have you. And like people I know, they don't want to look at that way. They think that Donald Trump is their savior. Well, you know, see, he put out a thing, okay? It was with regards to the executive orders, okay? And it was a conflict, like it was a contradictory in itself because with regards to defense, well, to me, the cartels are the mafia and what have you. And in defense for terrorism and designation for gangs and cartels, well, Trump has designated drug cartels and international gangs as foreign terrorists. Well, then I guess he's a terrorist because he's part of it. And a girl I knew from, well, she's not a girl anymore. She's a woman that I knew from years ago. She said she's done her research on Donald Trump. But if you've done your research on Donald Trump, then you should have went back to his father, his father, and his grandfather, because his grandfather came here and he had brothels and everything. So we'll start like people are screaming about the KKK and white supremacy and what have you. But Donald Trump is a prime example of white supremacy. Right? And in white supremacy, the women are the bags, they're the pieces of shit. Or the feminine, anyone who perceives themselves, because you don't want a feminine rising, you don't want a female rising, right? Because that's what they want, because they think that they run the show. It's that part, like, hey, if you look at different religious communities, okay, in those communities, the women know nothing. The women are basically nothing. And you get some religions where it's, are some parts where, you know, it's, what is it called? Arranged marriages, okay? Arranged marriages, to me, an arranged marriage is you're selling your child for profit, for materialistic stuff. So you're trafficking your own children. As far as arranged marriages, I don't know how that is legal. I mean, it's up to each person, but I know that there's a lot of people that probably don't want to be part of arranged marriages because those arranged marriages are made from the time they're a child. And some religions, you know, if you're married, they kill you. How I have to ask, how is that of God? And these people are preaching about it. Because it had, I heard somebody say, what's that have to do with Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump is posing as a religious man, and he's not. He's getting his power from the opposite. That's why, like the billionaire part, they're putting their hands on him, like, oh, we're anointing him, we're what have you. You know, it's that part. Do you really know Donald Trump's family history? Do you really know anything about Donald Trump? Or are you just saying because, you know, he's that of a good businessman? However, there's a part down here where it talks about his clubs, his bankruptcy. You know, it's the total opposite of what God represents. But Mega went and voted him in and said that Jesus is saving them. Well, then you're saying if Jesus is saving you, that Jesus is the Antichrist? Sit with that for a minute, okay? Because you say in your books Jesus represents this healing and love and what have you, and he's going around and he's destroying things and flipping shit over with regards to the government and all that stuff. But on the other hand, like he's flipping over gambling stuff, but on the other hand, you're thinking that Donald Trump is Jesus, who has a bunch of corruption going on. That's a contradictory of itself. You know, it's not about like, okay, if you want to gamble, well, you gamble. But don't say that, don't sit back and say that you believe in God that and preach, and preach about Jesus if you believe that Donald Trump is the righteous one. Or anyone affiliated to him. It would I took $100 Canadian. I had to send 100 Canadian to the US. So I something that I am obtaining. And I sent $100 Canadian to the US. It cost me an extra $48.07. You know, the United States may think that, oh, well, that's okay because, you know, if you transfer it into Canadian money, you get more. But what are you doing? Visiting here once in a while? Because I seen another video where a man was showing this woman and she was saying she didn't care if these kids' parents had to leave. She was telling them to go too. We don't care. I don't care. You're a fucking heartless woman, and you ought to be ashamed to say that you don't care. Because what if that was you and your child? Would you care? Because obviously you wouldn't care if your kid got shipped off because you're so far up Mega's ass. See, that's white supremacy right there. That is white supremacy. So before we get going in, we're going to do this YouTube video. Or sorry, it was TED Talks, right? Oh, even have the David Letterman, where Donald Trump says that the mafia is nice. Seriously, there's actually a series on Netflix. First off, I'll show that series. It is called on Netflix Fear City, New York versus the Mafia E1 Mob Rule. This is a series type thing. And when I Googled about Donald Trump's connection to the mafia, it brought me to this. Donald Trump does act like a gangster mafia, and he wants to be at the top. And what happens when you join a gang, when you join a club, a mafia, what have you? What happens? You have to prove yourself, right? And maybe that's why Donald Trump is getting so fucking aggravated, because we'll go to David Letterman.
I know you're not running for governor. Just tell me.
Well, I'm probably not. I can really say I'm really definitely not. I have other things to do. I have a lot of things that are going on that are fabulous, and they have been. They have been. I love what I'm doing.
You talk about your upbringing and your dad being a tough guy and learning how to be tough in business and stuff. Have you ever knowingly done business with what I like to call have they ever sold
I really tried to stay away from them as much as
right? But have you ever had a case where a guy stopped by and said, Donald, we're going to handle the linens?
Growing up in New York, I would say there might have been one of those characters along the way, but generally speaking, I like to stay away from that group.
Yeah, well, I think that goes without saying. But sometimes they don't let you stay away from it.
There's truth to that, but if you're smart, you can stay away. You have to stay away and just sort of lead your life. You don't want to get involved. Although I must say, I have met on occasion a few of those people. They happen to be very nice people. You just don't want to owe them money. Don't owe them money.
And see, Donald Trump owes some money, and he's using you people. You get it yet? Some of you won't believe me. You'll think Donald Trump loves you and he's your savior. He came here to create chaos. And I'm very grateful to him, because he's waking a lot of people up. He's bringing the world together. But he's killing and destroying a lot of people along the way to make a name for himself. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, because someone like him who seeks attention doesn't care if it's good attention or bad attention, as long as they get attention. It's one of the rules of psychology. Here, let me help you on that. There were three things that I was going to take, and I didn't end up taking them because I was still unwell and I wasn't in a good place. One being psychology and social work, but I also lived it. Another being about business management. Another being law enforcement. Okay? People are like, well, why are you showing us that? Because it's that part of, before you believe someone like him, you might want to know his characteristics.
Has anybody ever said, you're ashamed if anything happened to this revolving door? Yeah, anything.
I've sort of heard it a little bit before. It's okay.
Yeah,
I've been there.
yeah, we'd hate to mess up your hair.
So, okay. People felt that to be funny and what have you, okay? But he has the connections to the mafia. And it started with his great grandfather. But first, we're going to go to, like I said, the thing about white supremacy.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe coming.
My channel's not for everyone. But my question to the mega is, did you really do your research? Or are you just that racist and prejudiced? Because it sounds to me like you'd be racist and prejudiced to your own family, and that's what's fucking sad. Take it as an insult, take it how you wish. You're going to take it any way you want anyways, and you're not going to get the message.
Culture is important to an organization's success.
When Donald Trump became president, America witnessed a rise in white nationalism, in hate crimes,
This
and
man
in
has a right to talk.
divisive conspiracy theories. Well, a lot of people thought that was a new phenomenon, that it was somehow reactionary behavior to Donald Trump's rhetoric and ideology. The fact is, that isn't true. The fact is, it's quite the opposite. You see, Donald Trump was put into office by white nationalism, by divisive.
There, that's to my aunt, because my aunt wrote to me on Messenger. Here, let's read, or on a comment on my Facebook. Let's go read it, Aunt Jeannie. Yes, I did mention her name. Right here, 11 comments. Dear Tara, and then she calls me girly. Excuse me one sec. Here she writes, be careful of whose information you repeat or believe. Well, I guess that goes for her too. Because just because you're old doesn't mean that you're smarter and wiser than me. I told you, I work with and for spirit, not you. The Epstein stories were squashed long ago. No, they weren't. And then she writes, also, Trump was asked to run for president to expose the obliterate, the evil that has been going on for years. Well, the deep state is the truth. That's why he wants to take down the deep state. Because that's the ones that gone deep down the rabbit hole to fish out the darkness. Sit with that. And here's the guy saying about it. And his family was connected. But she goes on to say the good military is working with him. Let's hear that again. Apparently, the good military is not. White nationalists is. I'm bloated today, big time.
When Donald Trump became president, America witnessed a rise in white nationalism, in hate crimes, and in divisive conspiracy theories. And a lot of people thought that was a new phenomenon, that it was somehow reactionary behavior to Donald Trump's rhetoric and ideology. The fact is, that isn't true. The fact is, it's quite the opposite. You see, Donald Trump was put into office by white nationalism, by divisive conspiracy theories, and by a long history.
To my honor, you're going to tell me that's wrong?
Conspiracies of war against white.
Because to my great aunt, these people have been looking into this stuff a hell of a lot longer than you have. So sit with that. Not being rude, just saying.
America. Conspiracies of the government attacking white Christian America. These conspiracies have existed in white communities across America for decades. Donald Trump simply provided legitimacy to these conspiracies by using key and designated language in his campaign that caused white America to circle in a sharp frenzy and cast their votes. Now, how do I know this? How can I say this so confident?
That woman who told these people that they're going. Yeah, I do keep pausing it. If you want to watch it, it's called White Supremacy. Same dog, same tricks. Time to change the training. Russell Ellis, TED Times, Sunny Jinnison.
Because I come from a white little town in North Carolina where I learned white supremacy. Racism is so cast.
Is white supremacy not the KKK? Here, let me show you a picture. A picture that I drew back in February 8th, 2020, just before all this happened. If you look, everybody's saying about the 666. I don't know if you can see it, but the 666, and this is like a spell, something, right? The way it's all like this in the door, okay? And it's got a dress here for women on, like a dress, meaning ugly on cap, okay? That was under it. And all through here, if you really look, there's a lot of K's. And the K's represent the KKK. And, you know, you have the KKK. Think of, you know, how you have the Proud Boys, KKK, the Proud Boys. And if you look at Peter Pan, the Lost Boys, it's all the same thing. Because Peter Pan, actually, it has a dark story to it. Just think, they kidnapped one girl. Sit with it.
So where I'm from is culture. I'll say it again, racism is so casual, it's culture. And that culture breeds the next generation of white supremacists. And that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about that cycle of white supremacy that has yet to be broken. I want to talk about the silent complicity of white.
And white supremacy, you know, it's the Hitler thing too. And who did the salute? And who does a whole lot of the same hand gestures that Hitler did? The wannabe dictator. And it wasn't just one of them. It was both. Actually, it was Vance too. J.D. Vance too. See, they all have a grudge. They have a grudge on people. Donald Trump, he likely has a grudge on women because of his mother. And then he was born. He was brought out from his father to be a killer. Whether he has blood on his own hands or whether he blackmails other people to do it. He was taught. And you may not believe that, and that's how to yourself. But my question is, how is your psyche going to be? Or anybody's psyche going to be when the truth comes to light? Right now, Donald Trump is your president. So that's why a lot of things are being held up, because it implicates him and the people that he's affiliated and associated with. A lot of people are saying the tariffs and stuff like that, and they're blaming Canada. It's not Canada's fault. You voted in a Nazi. You voted in someone who don't care about the people, really don't care about the people. He cares about his mansions, his wannabe castle that he's trying to turn the White House into. Hence wanting a ballroom. Who has a ballroom? The castles, right? And I know that there's people that want to shut me down. Well, I asked, like, are those people bots? And I don't mean a fucking robot either. I mean a bot. You've been bought. You've been paid off. And it's people that are being blackmailed, or it's people that they know need money. A woman, she trying to, like, saying about, like, with regard to, like, if Canada shuts down the power to the states, basically that'd be cruel. Okay, wait a minute. I said back in that, I said, well then, I guess Donald Trump must have a backup plan, because Donald Trump said that they don't need anything from Canada. So sit with that. Please sit with that.
America whenever white supremacy is challenged. I want to talk about the ignorance of what, talk about the silent complicity of white America whenever white supremacy is challenged. I want to talk about the ignorance of white America as it pertains to identifying and stopping white supremacy.
Those people that blame Canada with regards to tariffs and kind of shutting the electricity or what have you. How about you fucking stand up and go to the real problem? Stand up to Trump. Go to Trump because he's the one saying that you guys don't need our resources. So, if you don't need our resources, but yet he wants to conquer Canada so he can have the resources. The girl that come on here and said that she hopes that Alberta switches to the U.S. and joins the U.S. and what have you, you're white supremacy. You're doing exactly as the female role within the white supremacy. There is. And I looked into it, I got that up too. So I said, we're going down the rabbit hole together. My life's going to be a long live. Sometimes I go 10 hours live without stopping. And I know that somebody's trying to shut me down because I can feel it. Or is it your own anxiety and you're deflecting it on me because some of you are actually shitting yourself and wondering what the fuck did you do? It's called manipulated. It's your fault, but it's not your fault at the same time. Because they're playing on your hope, they're playing on your religion of Jesus coming to save you. But together, that's why Jesus said, you are greater than he, because you are numbers, and he was one. One alone, but one fucking mighty rock together. I have somebody close to me, and all they ever do is bring stuff to me, and they say about this, and they say about this, but they don't get out there and put the truth out there. And you should be. But some people don't like that. Yeah, there's a lot there right now. I can feel it. It's like, holy shit, man, it's right in here. And it's like all here. Because it doesn't feel like somebody's trying to strangle me. What it actually feels like is that people want to speak up, but they're terrified. They're terrified of whether they'll lose their job. They're terrified of what's going to happen. The world is terrified of what's happening between the States, and Canada, and Ukraine, and Russia. And people are saying about the money that they're sending to Ukraine. But Zelensky already said, they're trying to conquer the world. They're trying to take over. It's like Pinky and the Brain. Is the brain Putin? And Donald Trump the Pinky because, he can't read. He's just going by what they tell him to do. But people don't believe that because, he's a billionaire. He must be smart. He's a billionaire. I don't even believe for a second that he can read. And I'm not saying that not being able to read makes you stupid because it doesn't. Because my 6th grade granddaddy was illiterate. He couldn't read or write. And if he was conceited, then this is to him too. Because I'm not here to be his friend either. Anybody of corruption, I'm not here to be your friend. Kung anong lulis at unuwi siya na himokatawa umuwi, ang gusto mo mahanamilala dito ako tutuya sa iyan. Tutuya. Ano channel? You know, different things will come out of my mouth because they're talking to different spirits. Hence my channel, Spirit to Spirit. I don't come on to create division and bring about war or say that war is good because war is not. But they keep you centered on fighting with one another and bombing one another. Why don't you just go in and arrest the problem? And they're sitting in power. Three top countries that are most hated. Two already, communism and a dictatorship. And the United States is on its way. People say, well, you know, Trudeau's doing that. No, there's no, like, there's corruption. Yes, there's corruption. And all eyes are on, like, the States and Canada, Ukraine, and Russia. And why? Because Russia and Trump, Putin and Trump, the United States and Russia are working together. And Canada and Ukraine, the European countries and what have you, because in 1752, 53, 59, 40, in 1749, that's when Cornwallis started bringing his people over. But then he brought the European settlers. We built this country. Porista porita mostreto. Niko to porina karastato, yeah? And wrote to one, like, you know, hey, you know, we don't hate the states. We hate the ignorance. But it's not the people we hate because they're causing you to fight with family. It's a part of doing your history, okay? Because it's anybody who looks to Nazi Roman, because they're basically the same thing. They look to each other. And, you know, it said that the UK, United Kingdom, took out of their playbook too. But my ancestors were from the United Kingdom, not on one side. They were from Europe. They were the indigenous. And then with that was on my mother's side. On my father's side, they were from the United Kingdom. But even then, the Scottish and Irish didn't like the British. See, this has been going on for quite some time because if you look back at 1756, okay, 1756, do any of you know what really started that? And there's no such thing as coincidence, just synchronicities. So to my auntie, my great auntie, who called me girly, you went looking into your great grandfather back then. That's all the further you go. You know, oh, well, an Indian scalped her. No, it wasn't an Indian who scalped my seventh great granddaddy. It was Cornwallis himself. And that was in 1756. And my great granddaddy came from France. That's when it started. Buraya buraya isso turístico, eh? Vi mig själv kompresa då. You get it yet? Do you really get it? Por eso no mucho la que hiciste por ahí. Kuya. So do I go fuck yourself? You're a traitor to your people. You're a traitor to your family. And don't say you're of God. Because you're of white supremacy and nationalism. You're a fucking Nazi. You're a wannabe. So no, I don't like you.
But you see, white supremacy is the single most dangerous thing in America for anybody who lives in this country. But every time white supremacy rears its ugly head, we treat it like it's a new dog, new trick. No, it's the same dog, same trick. And I'm here to tell you that if we don't change how we treat the dog, it's going to keep on the same trick. It's going to keep on. I was raised in the mountains of western North Carolina, little neck of the woods.
I had somebody tell me back a bit ago. Ramp was in my enlightenment. They looked at me and said, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you." Well, he's referring to the dog. Well, if the hand that feeds me fucking abuses me over and over again, I'm going to do what the fucking like it. And it's that part of making it worth it to be put down. You know, it's always the one that's protecting itself, that's reacting to the abuse, that gets in trouble, right? First, and you want to shame Canada? Seriously, you came from Canada. Because it was Canada, all of Canada until 1776. Do I believe that? You're fucking right. So how about you come home to Canada? People are saying, "Oh, well, the states, we got good health care because of the states." Well, fuck. Hey, no, we have good health care because of us, even though it's not always great. And you guys, you're paying for your health care. And that woman, she said, "Oh, that was in Canada and she left me to say, oh, well, they got such great health care. You had fucking insurance, didn't you? What about the ones that, because you got traveling insurance. What about the ones that don't have fucking insurance? Just to have a baby, what is it? Like you're looking at 10 grand or more? But, you know, to that girl, did you come from Germany? Were you already a Nazi? Were you already of white supremacy? And you being a foreigner? And you know, whether it's that person or that spirit, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's the spirit to spirit. So people take offense to what I'm saying, well, that's on you, not me. I've made it perfectly clear what my training is. I'm not talking to people per se, as I'm talking to spirits. Sit with that. Or don't.
Often referred to as a holler. I grew up with the Confederate flag in my front yard. I was raised in the mountains of western North Carolina in a white little neck of the woods, often referred to.
Hey, North Carolina. So Spirit just called it that and said, hey, mention Samuel Ball. Wasn't it around North Carolina or thereabouts that Samuel Ball was from? And his father owned a slave plantation, which had about 4,000 slaves. But see, on the Curse of Oak Island, you're glorifying him to be this great person, and you don't think he was trafficking people? You know, he did have access to the underground railways because he found them on the Curse of Oak Island. Go have a gander on Sam's Island, which was previously called Hook Island. Seriously, do your homework. Because you're not meant to be in school, you're meant to be in earth school. You're meant to be finding out about your own ancestry because you're here to heal it.
As a holler. I grew up with a Confederate flag in my front yard, and my neighbor had one in his, and this neighbor in his, and the guy on the road. That flag was a sign of our heritage. At least that's what I was told. What heritage, might you ask? A heritage of simple, hard-working Christian folk. Patriots who love their country and their neighbor. And as long as your neighbor looks like you. But I'm here to tell you, I didn't have any black neighbors. In fact, you had to go about 20, 30 minutes down the road before you got to the black neighborhood, or where I'm from, they refer to as the bad part of town. You see, racism where I'm from is so casual, it's hidden in plain sight. I didn't know it existed. It was daily vocabulary. I didn't know that was about there. Growing up, I learned that people who sag their pants are thugs. Growing up, I learned if you live in government assisted houses, it's because you're too lazy to.
Well, not always are they sagging their pants. Maybe their pants just don't fit. I know someone that's like that. Like, pull up your trousers. And I used to go out and say, pull up your trousers. But it was basically that.
Need a job, work hard with stuff. Growing up, I learned that these people, the truth is, said, if you want that,
I know two people in government that in your stuff, it says, like with Danielle Smith, it said that she grew up in subsidized housing getting stamps. The stamps care full of the eggs. There, got it. What is it done with the egg? There you go.
the guy went to that with my dad. Hand him a dad.
And they both like Trump. Sit with that. You guys talk about people.
Had some money. My dad laid out the right amount of marijuana. We gave it back to him. My dad.
Okay. He's saying that his father is a white man and he was a drug dealer. But they're saying that, like, if you're indigenous or if you're of a different ethnic background that you're the
Hand him a dad some money. My dad laid out the right amount of marijuana. We gave it back to him. A drug dealer. do some red, yellow, blue, green food coupons. They've heard of them called food stamps.
Whoa, he was telling his son that, someone other than white people were like phones and, getting food stamps and that really tough. But he's describing his father as dealing drugs and getting food stamps. That was my God. Because I know people that will come on Facebook and they'll criticize people who are on assistance or on food stamps and stuff like that. Taking it back to it. And it's sick. Because they don't like that part of criticizing somebody else because you're and saying it's them. Because this person that I know that I know that said something like that. You're a white girl and you were supportive of what they said. And I don't care if you like me. You probably didn't like me to begin with. What is it? I'm going to set this straight.
My dad said the hypocrisy of having food stamps and selling drugs. When he's telling me about these people getting food stamps and selling drugs, no. Because my dad would explain it like this: woman, I work hard and I pay taxes, so I deserve these food stamps. And I don't make enough money. I want to provide for these children, so I got to sell these drugs to make ends meet. You see, the hypocrisy of that. The cognitive dissonance is cringeworthy. How could my dad and otherwise intelligent men be so ignorant? Easy. It's a toxic cycle of white supremacy and white ideology that survived the test of time. You see, during slavery, only rich white people could afford to enslave other people. But to prevent the poor white people from empathizing with the plight of enslaved black people, what the rich white people did was this: they told the poor white people, "Hey, if you work hard, you can be like us." And what they did was they made it to the position of plantation called overseas. That way they were more important than the enslaved people.
Pretty sure that the overseers, but I'm pretty sure if you look on Curse of Oak Island, they'll mention Samuel Ball and they'll mention Donald McGinnis, which, Samuel Ball resembles P. Diddy an awful lot, only older. And Donald Trump, or Donald McGinnis, no such thing as coincidences. You have the Barry Trump adventures, sit with that for a bit, okay? And they both, it's not stupid that they both fled from the same plantation. But did they flee? Or did they actually come over so that they could get access to the tunnels so they could take more slaves? Because, when you look back in the history in the 1700s, starting in 50, well, between 1753 and above, there's a whole long list of missing people. Sit with that for a while. Look into it. If you put it in a legal guide, you shouldn't be sick.
Right. Well, the idea was simple: you might be poor, right? At least you ain't black. That ideology, that mindset has survived the test of time. Unfortunately, my dad sitting in the living room, ranking about these people with food stamps and drugs. Well, selling drugs and with food stamps. I can hear it. We might be poor, but at least we ain't black. cycle. And understanding that cycle, understanding that context, understanding this history is the key to this message of what's true. Breaking that cycle is the key to defeating racism. I want you to understand this is very important. That although white America's busy spinning conspiracies of
They keep white racism going so that they can control.
white America being targeted,
But I believe that you people are smart enough to know that. And if you're not taking heed to it, I have to ask why. Because if you know it and you're not taking heed to it and you're not changing it, then you're part of the problem.
there's no tangible, quantifiable evidence to justify their case. But ironically, the same people that believe that will refute the statistical question against the community with the tangible, quantifiable evidence to prove it.
This is what he's doing the platform for agencies. Built to be
I actually sent this to my great aunt, and I don't know if she watched it or not, but when I sent her the video of J.D. Vance, he was never Trumper, she told me it was AI. She told me, listen to the voice again. It's AI. I listened to that video, I don't know how many fucking times, and I played it on here, I don't know how many times. So she might want to fucking get off her high horse and open her fucking eyes.
Department of Justice statistics show black men are straight out the ones that get killed.
People like that would leave their own family to the slaughterhouse because of ignorance. And I will say, ignorance and somewhat of a stupidity. Not saying you're stupid, it's stupidity. There are certain things with regards to the conspiracy that's come to light, but it's not the ones that one could think like create. They create it because they're trying to make their own narrative. So they're trying to put that stuff out there, even if it's untrue. Because people said that the Pope died, but I had somebody else tell me that that was not true. That the Pope didn't die. So sit with that.
What was the white man? The United States Census Commission has proven that a black offender will receive a 19% longer sentence on average than a white offender, same crime, same criminal. A black mother is 4 times more likely to die during childbirth than a white mother. 22% of black Americans live in poverty, only 9% of white Americans live in poverty. If you're a black American in this country, you're 2.5 times more likely to live in an environmental justice area. That means you're next to a power plant, next to a waste dump, next to a structure. That puts a significant health risk. Regardless of your income. These are irrefutable facts. Tangible evidence.
It's where you can afford to live. It's the dollar. If you put this stuff in poverty-stricken places, it has people from the community, but the frequency of it keeps people that way, keeps you sick, but you don't want to believe that. But there was a studio in British Columbia, and there was a radio station next door, and it was creating a frequency that would give us much of that. Yeah, Rogers, something like that. And they thought about it, and then the Rogers took like they said, okay, well we'll just shut it down. So they shut it down, that stopped. But instead of keeping it shut down and doing something about it, they made it harder for the small business. And those are the people that don't come after the minimals, don't see that. Like if you're watching it and you think it's okay, he doesn't want to pay you for it. It really doesn't. Because he wants to bring you. He wants to bring people who know good sleep. That's why it's that part of he wants you kissing his face. And you're afraid to do it. You say that Zelensky, you say that Mr. Trudeau is a dictator. Mr. Trudeau did the wrong thing. Yep. But maybe he's learning from it. But the only thing that don't hear is manipulating the people because he's already dictated what he's trying to because he thinks he runs it all. People, it's that, like I can feel that in my body right now. I'm not going to sit with it for you. You can sit with it yourself. It's just not just spirit. These are people. It's not people, not so much all the people that fought, because the people that fought, well, they were tricked. They didn't know what they were doing. Fight. Some were fighting for the inside of it, but you call them whistleblowers, and people call them snitches. If you call someone a whistleblower or a snitch because they're trying to protect you, shake your fucking head, seriously.
That shows Black America is disproportionately disadvantaged in this country, yet the vast majority of white America, that government refuse to believe this. But yet somehow we're the ones who enjoy it. We have been told by white supremacy that
You're treated like a piece of shit because you stand up for other people that aren't your color. Which is where it's like, it could be any color or any background. When that happens, I stand up for everyone, no matter what color or what have you. Because I know that sometimes people get trapped. It's like a rat race, maze.
are the center of the world. If you don't think like me, that's a you problem. If you don't dress like me, it's a you problem. If you don't act like me, if you don't believe like me, if you don't believe here like me, it's a you problem. Most importantly, if your experience is not like mine, that's a you problem. It could not possibly be the system that when my son was 5 years old, he wanted to sign up for the local recreational league team. First, he got to go out of baseball club, you know. So I would take him out at the very first sport. I ran into a problem. The problem I didn't foresee coming. I told my son, I said, pick up whatever glove you want, son. I want you to be happy with your equipment, so he picked out a glove. But then it turns out I couldn't find that one for him because he's left-handed. And then he picked out another glove, and continually couldn't find it. He had to settle for his fourth choice because, well, they didn't have any for left-handed players. As a right-handed person, I had never really thought of this. As a right-handed person, I never came across this kind of inconvenience. Now, my son picking out baseball gloves is far from a life and death reality. It's not being like America, but it's important to point out that in this America that was made with primitive living in every house, of every system, the standards of whiteness that was passed down. It's easy for us as white parents to not see the pain, the inconvenience, discomfort, and the danger of our non-white fellow Americans.
And then if you're in Canada, have over $10,000 in debt, student loans, credit cards, lines of credit.
I remember when I was 10 years old, I asked my dad, I said, Dad, what does this sound like? They're going to fly over my yard. And it was on people's t-shirts and bumper stickers. Everywhere I went, South Carolina again. Everybody knew something I didn't know, so I wanted to know what was going on. My dad looked at me and said, son, one day it's going to be illegal to be white in this country. It's going to be illegal to be Christian in this country. It's going to be illegal to be straight in this country. Straight white Christian man, I want to stand up and fight for freedom. And my dad believed that. He told me that when I was 2 years old. I believed it. So you see, when you juxtapose
George Washington. George Washington was there. He's on the phone. And that was sort of psychological, spiritual, and you ain't gonna get it from me because you say about others, giving your soul to the devil. That's what you keep doing. You're good. Gotta have the gas. Gotta dig. Gotta drill.
ideology with the rambling of Trump. If you're able to conspiracy, you start to see this is not a new phenomenon. These ideas, these conspiracies, these standards of whiteness, they've been around for a long time. My dad believed me, his dad before him. He told me when I was 10, 30 years ago. It is important that we understand these cycles and what these types of ideologies are.
Donald Trump said the first thing. What things should be done by first grade. Legacy is economics. Seriously. Elon Musk was Elon Musk has status both in Canada and the United States. Do you realize that people? His mother was from Canada. His mother went through hell. His mother was probably prostituted because she did tell her story. So, because people like Donald Trump would see the vulnerability and give that one offering. Because it wasn't until she was in her 50s or 60s before she actually became a mom. So please sit. Elon Musk was not born here, but Donald Trump said both, right?
That we can fight them, so that we can end them. You understand? The way we talk as white Americans, that's the standard. Dialects like African American vernacular English is considered low class, uneducated. The way we wear our hair, that's the standard. I never had to change my hairstyle on the job. My hairstyle's never been banned by the board of management. Even the way my parents named me is the standard. I don't have to worry about my name on a resume being the reason that the resume doesn't work. All of this is a reality in this country. It's impossible for all white ancestors creating a white system that benefits me. Now, it is worth noting that we've made great progress in the area of civil rights, thanks to countless black liberation movements, countless social liberation movements. Well, even now in 2022, racism and white supremacy still very much exist. I aim to defeat it before I die. Will I do that? Trying to understand white supremacy, but trying to understand how it continues to thrive among us. I came to three conclusions that I think are very important. These are the reasons that white supremacy saves a lot in our country. Number one, it goes unchecked. Every white person that's listening to this room or in this country has heard of the behind closed doors, or has heard these basic conspiracy theories that I'm talking about being spread, or has heard about how reverse racism is attacking white America. And as a white person, if you do not call that,
It's they're not happy with the 20% sit back.
out, if your family, friends, coworkers are doing these things and you say nothing, you are accessory to murder. Your silence.
And it's like I said, it doesn't matter what color because Scottish everybody just used to slave for the white brown for the blue everybody time, no matter your color, because they didn't care. Because Samuel Ball was a black man. His father was a Christian, and he had slaves. Sit back. Please, really sit back. Because that's what there's the hate is there because of past timelines, past our history, the history you were never taught, the history that you never seen, because it was always a specific narrative in the mainstream. And that's where the racism, discrimination, no matter whether it's color, gender, religion, what have you. That's the generation. It's the generation. It's been passed down to us growing up as children. And that is where Jesus, Yeshua Christ, would have you says, when he says, they know not what they do or say, because it's passed down in the generation. But when you understand and you see what's been passed down, it then becomes your job and your obligation to call it out and stop it. Be that person that stops it. Stop it with yourself first. Because once you stop it with yourself, you're going to make a greater impact when you realize what people are. But it starts with you as a person, you as an individual. So, like, speaking up about the elephant in the room, no matter how it makes you look big. And I don't care if you're religious or not. I don't care if you're Protestant, Christian, Muslim, Jewish. I don't care because it doesn't pick religion. People does. People do.
Allow these hateful ideologies, conspiracies, and dangerous rhetoric to continue to try to be passed down to the next generation of our streets. Your silence is not really done. Number two, lack of education. 99% of white America look at this place right now and say, I'm not racist. 98% of them define what racism is. Our entire American education system is white. It is our civil responsibility, our duty, to provide our collective voices and demand that our education curriculum be revised, revamped, that our history books tell the truth about the rights and wrongs of yesteryear, so that we can have less wrongs and more rights in the years to come. And number three, I say this for last, but it's the most important number: equity and inclusion. If we aim to dismantle white supremacy, then white Americans must stop treating equity and inclusion as a personal attack on us. There's been tons of legislation that's been passed to demand legal equality. Civil Rights Act 1964. We can make a list of legislation, but yet without equity and inclusion, the problem still exists today. Because you cannot legislate around it. It is incumbent upon us to understand these
And yeah, everything that Donald Trump and the executive is creating a conflict. There are things on that with the executive that I agree with, but there are things that I don't agree with because there's another way to make it to a point. And it's not by causing anger and chaos and taking people from their families. Or families losing people losing their jobs. Things being shut down. Your educational system, it really needs to be totally fucking revamped. And I mean revamped. We should be learning about each other's cultures, teaching each other the different cultures, because it all intertwines together. It's all it's all useful, and then there's some stuff that not at all, because it creates a division. So with certain religions, like if you kill somebody, like your people in your religion, what have you, they married someone outside, so you kill them both. That makes no sense. can kill your own family members for something as you say common sense. Well, that's not using common sense. That just don't make sense. And I'm not throwing shade on your religion. Because it has nothing to do so much with religion as it has to do with heart.
Systems and the standards of practice that I referred to today and how they continue to thrive and survive. We must stop the cycle. In this proverbial right-handed world where everybody who's not white is proverbially left-handed, we must understand that the justice system, the policing system, the education system, the medical system, the financial system, the banking system, the prison system, all these systems.
Bear with me. Back around about September 23. Yes. Yeah, today. Get ready. Oh my gosh, I don't know how many times I changed. I just wasn't comfortable. And then I realized, there's a lot of going on about Canada. So here, might not be like a lot of shit. They said land of the free. It meant everything, not dividing. And then there's people here that agree. Pierre Cordier setting the immigrants home. Oh, are you ready to do your job? Seriously, you want them serving you your burgers, you want them picking your food for you and everything like that. You do know that they were brought into this country for that reason, because you wouldn't do it yourself. So that's the thing. Oh no, it's entirely up to yourself. But don't scream when you got nobody serving you your sloppy burgers. Mine aren't sloppy because I go to Harvey's and I can make my own. I don't care, I'll fucking laugh at you. And this is a spirit to spirit. It was the one that just tried to fucking hit, like, throw hit at me with energy. Purisita por nada, dice que tú te. Now, you heard him just say, wind that back. Head scratcher. Maybe I do have lice. I never felt anything biting yet. Just my hair crawling. So it's growing. Either that or I need to wash my hair, which that may be more of a likely thing because I what that is like. Okay, so I'll hold that up, and right here I have the seven deadly sins. Okay, seven, like it's actually like the chakras. Okay? And you have the seven demons, seven spirits, seven bowls, seven trumpets. There's a lot of sevens there, right? Okay. So he said what I have here, except he didn't say this like with regards to seven one, one of the other seven. Okay. So you have seven deadly sins. Okay. So you have greed, which equals to money, banking, and would be materialistic systems. Then you have gluttony, which would be, if you look into it, you can actually see it. It would represent medical healthcare system. Lust would represent the governmental system. It's the lust for power and doing whatever it takes to get that power. Sloth would be religion, spiritual systems. Wrath would be the legal and justice systems, and he just said about the person who he said basically like what I have here, and it represents some different sins because sins actually mean systems integrated into society, and those are all systems, and those are systems that he spoke of. Then you have envy, which is corporate business systems are always trying to one up each other. They're always cutthroat. Sometimes they'll band together, but then in the end, they're going to fucking cut each other's throat because it's called mob, mob mentality, mafia mentality, white supremacists, nationalism, nationalism. It's those parts of all for self and none for all. That's the way that system works. It's for the controllers of the system, but you're told that you are those are your sins. Those are the sins that you have to overcome. You have to clean up the system. But in order to do that, you have to clean your system up from within. It's the part of you speaking the truth of what you experience because of the things. You get it? Or you're just going to keep telling yourself and each other that you're sinners. You're not the sinners. You live by sins only because it's been infiltrated and integrated into your society. That's what he was telling you. That was the message that he was putting out for you. But certain belief systems they won't believe that. Well, I guess then you don't believe it. You can trust me, believe me, or not. But those are the seven main systems that you live by or live under. God gave you free will, but you gave up your free will to an area. Put your faith in your system instead of yourself and each other. Are you going to get it? fucking gross going on out there right now. They're just walking up a storm. Look into the indigenous part of it. Spirits. Like, white supremacists and I'm just a bag ugly and on top. You could say, you're like a penis in an anus. People didn't like that. You stink like shit every time you speak. Donald Trump is for a wonder when you raise that arm that you're trying to raise your foot. Como tú dices, eh? Y eso es lo que me gusta, I know that when I get crude and rude and everything like it's not to the people. It's that part of my masculine is going masculine to masculine. Forget the fourth one because the four are like the four, like the four rivers. Son and the Holy Spirit. Maybe the Holy Spirit. God will be connected. And you say the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, then the Holy Spirit, would that not be the mother and the daughter? What is that? Always leave the female out. It's that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is supposed to be the Father. Well, holy fuck, how are you born? Because I want to see you coming out that man's penis. And I'm not talking say that you're a man, but you still got a vagina. You're still a woman having a baby. And that might be ignorant, but it's true. You're giving birth to a baby to a female boy. So I want to see that man where you guys refer to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit being a man. I want to see him give birth to the baby. So envy, corporate business systems, said that people are fighting back and forth. They want the government, and the government, the corporate, the money in the banking systems go together. The legal system is in there too, because sometimes the legal system is hiding corruption. Sometimes the legal system is even a big part of the corruption because it doesn't have any legal system, doesn't it? Fuck! See? Movita por eso. Hakuna Matata. Oh yeah. Ooh, yeah. And then the seven is pride. And pride represents the sexual sterilization act. It's an extermination. But see, you can't tell someone, and you legally speaking, you can't put a law in saying that it's illegal for somebody to do something to their own body. But should it be illegal for somebody else to do something to somebody else's body? Especially when they're a minor. And a minor is under the age of 18. And I think it's because, you know, statistically speaking, as you people know, statistically speaking, you don't finish maturing until the age of 24. And sometimes men take a little longer because they don't mature as fast as a woman. And the reason for that is because of the woman having those hormones. They mature faster because of the reproductive system. You're prepared to be your father. As they get older, they want to be fathers. But when they're younger, as my ex-husband told me, that, you know, a man, I'm like, okay, if a woman cheats on to him, if a woman cheats on a man, it's dirty because, you know, the semen goes inside the woman. So the woman is dirty. But see, man, a man's not dirty because he has nothing left inside him. But could he be just as dirty? You know, if he cheats, he does have a dirty penis, right? Well, but they can wash it off. But it stays in the woman for a bit longer. It stays in a woman. And the woman is, it's like, in the society that we're in today, it's like the women are blamed for everything. And I'm not saying it's everything. I'm saying like the system that you're going by, according to the system, the women are considered the dirty bags because they're more of the film. And that's what they've been trying to suppress. And that's why they will weaponize the word feminism. True feminism is not the woman bashing a man because of the shit you went through with your life. But you know, you'll think it is, but it's not. Because that makes you no better than a man bashing a woman. So how does that make sense? You know, you are pouting common sense. You know, Donald Trump says, oh, the common sense, and that man ain't got no fucking common sense himself. So how does he know what common sense is? Hey, you, pick it up, the minister. Shoot it. Same as Pierre Poilievre. Hey, dude, you were in poverty. You want to say, you know, the immigrants are basically snotty nosed kids, huh? spirit. So if you take offense to it, that's on you, not me.
Are being used against our fellow citizens to oppress and marginalize them.
Oh, here. Systems,
We
watch.
must the cycle. In this proverbial right-handed world where everybody who's not white is proverbially left-handed, we must understand that the justice system, the political system, the education
You look at the sexual sterilization. They wanted to get rid of people because they less deserve people money.
system, the medical system, the financial system, the banking system, the prison system, all
Now,
are today and how
hold
they
on. Now, I'm going to take a look at this while he's saying that. Because I can't get you to look at that up there. Okay. Listen to what he's saying and look at this list as he says it. Okay, I'll do this first one.
continue to thrive and survive. We must stop the cycle. In this proverbial right-handed world where everybody who's not white is covertly left-handed, we must understand that the justice system, the policing system, the education system, the medical system, the financial system, the banking system, the prison system, all these systems are being used against our fellow citizens to oppress and marginalize them. We must have radical ground-up change of every system in America, period. White people admit that our society exists is not an attack on us. Admit that our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents created the system to benefit us. It's not an attack on us. Stop feeling like that. Admit there's a problem and become part of the solution. We must embrace our fellow human beings. The statistics of the body predict these numbers. We validate the struggle of reality of not being white America. Nobody's asking white people to have less or be less. All that's being asked is
He represents the truth of Christianity. True Christianity. And it's not an evil. Because Christian is Christ consciousness. That's what true Christianity is. Not this one under rules and regulations and say you're a sinner and everything like that. Better go repent. Hey, maybe you got to go look in the mirror yourself and go repent. You know, go have a look at the one that they originally were trying to shut down. And it was Mary Magdalene. She learned from Yeshua and Jesus. Because they were two different people. That's why one could do one and the other couldn't. Which they would have been already. Or, you know,
that our fellow Americans haven't been just as much. I could talk for hours on this, but I was only given 15 minutes. So I want to conclude with this. Number one, I implore everybody who heard me say this to look deeper into each one of these topics. Virtual white person listening to me. But I implore you to do this. Number one, speak up. Without us as white Americans speaking up within our communities and saying no more jokes, no more, let's make fun of other people, no more of these toxic conspiracies. No, let's speak up.
that woman saying she didn't care, like she was happy that the individual or anything. She was saying that people like myself, and others like yourself, she said that there's everything. You know, that's the same as my ex-husband saying bleeding hurts. Well, at least we have a fight to bleed, right? And you know what bleeding hurt is. To me, a bleeding heart is someone who is hurting for others. Because they're seeing the way that they're being treated by others. Bleeding hearts are the ones that aren't going to take the shit no more, and you don't like it. That's why you call them bleeding hearts. Because they're done thinking no fucking pain for you. It's that part of, you know, if Jesus was the Antichrist and he's pissed off, well, you know, a little bit, because, you know, he did give your shit to him. So he's just showing you. Say it over and over again. Whether you consider it God or Jesus, what should we die for you? I don't see you speaking of say that. You're drowning. You want someone to save you, right? Yeah, I heard that. Unless you're doing it on purpose. Are you doing it because you want to pass away? Or are you doing it because you want attention? Because there's two different things. It's actually three. Because I recommend doing it in life. What I do is that you learn how to tread water yourself. Because when you were a baby, you probably could have swam in it. Because babies learn how to swim faster. They jump into action. Some people put the babies in water and the baby, you know, they'll just throw it in and say, you can get it, it is. It's going to be a right there. But eventually you got to take those clothes off and say, I'm afraid.
Will not be no violence. Until that happens, we can't end West supremacy. Number two, it's saying no more, no more.
Yeah, that's Marco in White House or in Oval Office that day. We just sat there and discussed the reporter was making comments and asking questions why Zelensky didn't have a seal. And JD Vance was laughing. And Marco sitting beside JD Vance and discussed the people. And it's like, you know, why the fuck didn't you get up and say something? It's making fun of you. What, because you got your suit on?
For the jokes, no more of the let's make fun of other people, no more of these toxic conspiracies. No, let's speak up. My silence will not be compliant to your problem. Until that happens, we can't handle white supremacy. Number two, educate yourself. Are you a racist or not? Yes or no? What's the racist with respect to? How much do you know about it? Educate yourself. There's so many educators out there that's spoken on this topic. Educate yourself. Get uncomfortable. Take those people and educate your children. We got to raise the change we want to see the world. And then number three, get involved. We as white people have a privilege in this country to walk into a city council, walk into a school committee, we have power. Use your privilege to power. Demand equity and inclusion in the schools. Demand equity and inclusion in city council meetings. Demand equity and inclusion in your budget to your city. We have standardized tests in schools. We don't have standardized tests. Demand it. This is how we help in white supremacy. My name is George Wells, and I was a racist. I'm a reform racist of white supremacist if I can do it. You can. And so listen to that. I'm in my business. The CIA's particular skills in building relationships with life is all about
So just did the white supremacy. So now we have when women are the intersection of misogyny and white supremacy. Now we're going to bring beauty. See, there's the KKK hat, okay? And this picture, carries all over the place. This here is the apocalypse here. I'm feeling up to that. I want to tell me that it looks like that's the apocalypse. And it's exposing. So now, this is with regards to Trump being part of, like, being part of the mafia. Excuse me one second. Okay. Thank you. Really drink anything when I'm doing my lives, and I've been drinking my coffee, which coffee tends to make you have to use the bathroom a lot. Okay, so we'll do this because this here is about, like, with regards to his ties, Donald Trump's ties to the mafia, and the mafia is like, it's different. Uh, it's different cartels, but in different cultures. But it all comes back to the same thing. It all comes back to the control aspect of it. Okay? He said, just don't borrow money, but don't force them. But I look back and I see where it's the, the one that my ex-husband was bringing here, that finding my ex-husband found something out. And my ex-husband was protecting us, okay? Because this guy, he was screwing so many people over. My ex-husband was protecting him. It's kind of like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the, like, the, the, because people believe him to be is a great businessman, but it's not part of when you hear him speaking. It's not a businessman conversation because he's always talking like this young fella that was coming here, and he was acting like he was this great businessman, make all these deals, and everything like that, but he wasn't. What he was good at was hijacking your mind and manipulating it and spinning it and then screwing you over. But it was a learned behavior from the time that they're a child, because people know they're easily manipulated. So they manipulate them, and they become able to learn how to manipulate. It becomes that repetitive. And he said, "Oh, what does say? If you believe it, you can do anything." Yeah? He doesn't want to look back. He believed himself to be a master manipulator, and he became one. So he didn't lie to people about that. But he was telling you that, I'm not really for you, but I do know how to manipulate you into thinking I am. And that's the mental mentality that he would be programmed into having growing up. And he saw it with his grandfather, maybe his father before him, but it was his grandfather, his father, and now him, and he's passing it on to his children. So where is the generational perspective?
The Russian mafia does something. It's with people's permission and it's serving its interests. Have you ever knowingly done business with what I like to call organized crime?
And they clearly tried to stay away from them. Right. Although I must say, I have had the occasion to meet those people.
Everybody had a lot of business.
Very nice people. You just don't want to call them like that. Don't call them like that.
So, later, he made a decision to make the move after studying Trump's 2004 bankruptcy. Noticing that Trump had lost his credit lines, they felt he would not be in a position to say no. The Russian real estate firm Bayrock started leasing space in Trump Tower. Putin needs to keep track of his old and one way of keeping tabs on his business and money is Bayrock may well have been what is doing that. To me, that's a turning point because what we have here is a very serious intelligence operation, and it is in the way of the beast. It is in the home of the He becomes president of the United States. And
Shit. That's not what I meant to do. Here's the guy with the bat. Says Boston is having a tea party and asks Canada for a small favor. Sure, no problem. We're here for you. He holds it back. It's like, dude, that does not make you look tough. Not being rude. We're trying to, like, I get certain videos taken off TikTok. Okay, people would say, well, oh, well, he's just holding it back. I get videos taken off TikTok because it says that I'm violating guidelines when I'm speaking in a different language. And I'm not threatening them. Even my ones where I'm telling Donald Trump to go fuck himself, I don't get guidelines on that. But I'm not threatening them. I'm not trying to intimidate them. And that's exactly what that is. That's a stance of intimidation. That's like something a Proud Boy would do. Because true fighters, they don't fight with weapons. Anyways, dude, you probably be good to go back to a gunfight. You know, you go to the States. So it's like, man, common sense, people, common sense. But not the common sense that Donald Trump and Pierre Poilievre are using when they don't even have common sense. See, Donald Trump is all for this. This is what he's trying to create. That's like, let's go kick in some skulls. Like here, not to throw shade on this guy, but I'm just saying that, you know, to me, it's raise Virginia. Like I want to understand how much, or like I can see the limit. It's like, yeah. One person commented, I'm so confused what's happening in Boston. Another one below that wrote, the Canadian government is a joke. Like, I'd almost want to more live with a government that is like a joke than a government that is a tyrant. We should laugh at our government. George, you just got to be fearful, right? Dice con la foto, te diré su bien. And then below that, it says, but USA is worldwide comedy. It'll cost you in the long run. Good luck with your country. Trump thinks he's the world's leader. And then there's people saying Boston stands with President Trump and 51st state, baby. Well, and you say Canada is a joke? And who's the laughing stock? And it's not throwing shade on me. Say, have a look at your own fucking government before you decide you want to say about somebody else's government because you know you got some on the far left, you got some on the far right, and then you got some that are just up each other's ego asses. So sit with that. Your government's sucking dick just as much as Canadian government is. It's like that. Oh, that thing be coming in of a lady. Who says it's a lady speaking? back to this.
And it was operating there for many. When the Russian mafia does something, it's with the permission and it's serving its interests. Have you ever knowingly done business with what I like to call organized crime? Have you ever thought I really tried to stay away from them? Right. Although I must say, I have had on occasion a few of those people, they happen to be very nice people. You just don't want to owe them money. I said, don't owe them money. Later, he made a decision to make the move on Trump after studying Trump's 2004 bankruptcy plan. Devastating that Trump had lost his credit lines. They felt he would never be in a position to say no. A Russian real estate firm, Enron, started leasing space in Trump Tower. He needs to keep track of his own cards. And when we are keeping tabs and nobody where their money is, Enron can well protect. So while we're doing that, see that's a turning point because it's a global impact here is the very serious intelligence operation. And it is in the United States.
I know a guy, well, don't question me, but he lives in New York, he says he lives in New York. And where is Trump? They created a beast. That's why I said that with regards to certain things, there's four oceans. And it's the same as when you have the mother, father, well, the father, son, and the spirit, which the Holy Spirit, you say it's a man, but I believe it's the mother, daughter. And then you have, with regards to truth, you know, you have three suits, four suits. And he's the suits. There may only be two wild cards in the deck because, you know, Donald Trump talks in cards, hands, decks. That's his language. So he knows how to bluff. And then when he gets caught, he'll blame it on someone else. So, you know, he was liked by many. Maybe not all of the whole world per se, as you know, they say that the world is going to love him. Well, it didn't mean the whole world. It just meant people throughout the whole world was going to love him. You know, there were certain people that didn't like him. Certain people at the beginning thought that he was the only savior. People were even putting things on TikTok where they had Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Chair with a figure of Jesus standing over him, holding him on the shoulder. Do you not maybe think that possibly that was a way of Jesus telling you, not that he was anointed, but Jesus telling you who or where you need to look? Because maybe something tells me that that's not really the face of They're using it, but it's called a face-off. Think of hockey, a face-off. It's so easy to get cosmetic surgery. You know, you can go get gender affirming cosmetic surgery to think that they can't do the face. He's in a fucking mafia. He's a big part of the mafia. He's a dictator. But people don't want to see that because you want to see black and white. You want to see left and right. You say, well, I look at it. You're looking at the front door, right? But what's coming out from the front? Because I know somebody who said that they like to get something from behind after the instead of going face to face. Because going behind you, they say strategy. How about you give your enemy a front chance? You don't have to see you for who and what you are, and give them a chance to defend themselves. And people say, well, they get me. They get you, then I guess you should live by that shit.
And it's great for many years. One of the key people putting together real estate tenant and are anyway very connected into the nexus between the Russian organizations and the Russian national security organizations. He is the managing director of Iraq. He himself had been convicted of felonies slashing God's face.
Tell you what, after I'm done here, so I will re-upload it to my TikTok if you want to see it. I did already upload it on my Facebook. But please, don't take my word for it. And don't take Nancy Kidd or any topic or hair you know about. See it for yourself. Don't let somebody else influence you or do it. Take the time to understand it. Put yourself in that position. And that's the way it's going to be. What's true because your body will know. Your heart will know. Your third eye will know. And it will be taking away any conspiracy theories. Because the truth will come to you.
Or another was a pump and dump stock scam, but he ended up cooperating with it and he started providing information on the sale of weapons to Al Qaeda. Well, the latest we had behind was selling weapons to Al Qaeda. This is a very interesting question, because I don't think they would say with the community will believe it. He previously threatened an investor with electrocuting his testicles. Trump work was taken for many years after it was revealed that he was a criminal.
People will say, oh, well, they photoshopped that. Because, people photoshopped pictures of Trump with Epstein or people, sometimes
continue to work for Trump and manufacture a business card saying that he was a senior advisor to the Trump organization. There's multiple photographs of the two together in the office. Power. Trump was the public face of the and yet he was with the Rose deposition and confronted about saying that he simply said so. He was there right now. Really Trump as a person as figures in this court is two children, Ivanka and Malcolm Jr. He was so agree with that. He seems to be playing a consistent role in assisting the Trumps in tapping Russian or let's say post-Soviet money for developing their own Dominion units. They're all on board with this review board is fine. It's safer than
That's why when Donald Trump was bankrupt, he didn't do anything because he put everything in trust. So, he knew that he knew that he knew those things that basically he was a secret. And then told you that
the Trumps own the Russians who want to launder their money, at least a third of the condos and signing out Florida.
so to my great aunt, these are the ones that have been doing it. Por esta política, so I will believe them over believing you. But I will believe Spirit, God, Source, Creator, Christ. I will believe in you.
And sold to Russia. Trump still though was the proponents of the project on Senator Image is described as the religious banker. Trump Tower project, which is located in the middle of
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now you realize it almost looks like a penis. Oh, what is it? Maybe the uh, gold something or something like that. The guy that the this one who saved me. Oh, I don't know. What is it? What up? I know you have I went yesterday. I went to this place yesterday, and it was like an art gallery. It was really like it was really talented, but it was a chaos, right? And I was this was happening there. Holy shit!
located in the
See,
middle of
like a penis. It looks from the bottom, it goes up, and then it goes like the head of a penis, even like the rounded tip. So, see,
located in the middle of a
pushing your finger.
ledge to sort of
Oh, here. So, think Trump is for everything, but a sledge crew is very fulfilling. He doesn't care where he puts this stuff, as long as it's bringing in money for him. And you know, it's like I had a vision last night, a couple of years ago. I dreamed it was a vision that was like I was really there, and it said that the on the bottom floor, there's like sewage come up, and it came up to just right about here on me, and it just all come flooding up me. Coincidence? No. So let's.
Just sort of a joke tower project is located in the middle of a post-industrial sledge. Just sort of a joke that people in this one world tower they sort of move into the great internal states evidence that to cooperate with that for the next day. The Toronto Tower, the source of funding for the submission and all that was explored back.
Where is the Toronto Tower?
CN Tower is at 290 Bremner Boulevard, Toronto, on M5B309.
Toronto Tower, Toronto. St. Regis, Toronto. The building opened in 2012 as Trump International Hotel and Tower, Toronto. There. Oh shit! Trump. Ah! Questo muore tutto l'istituto, questo la cara corretta. Cristino Tuttopiè. How Trump made millions on Trump Tower, Toronto, but every investor lost. Brampton Guardian. See? Ah! Tenkan Corporation. Questi corporate al mondo tutto il mondo non c'era su Instagram. È solo tu che devi vedere tutto questo. Istituto è. Ed è tutto per essere ma costituire. I didn't learn this shit anywhere. You ain't getting it yet. Holy shit, man. Don't fucking preach the Bible.
The two cash management tools framework. They projects into the Toronto Tower, the source of funding, submission for back to win cash management tools framework. They
Supervisor. Supervisory board of Fed chaired by
projects usually because this project right back.
here. Oh, wait. They do it. So group told them to start his vote. Did they do it? Someone say, well, that's not a very nice thing to say. Okay, I could say because some people have fetish, and he likes people stubby shit, and he's always got multiple. Right? He might that because of my cooking. the two bullies. One became a bully because he was bullied, or was bullied by other kids. He became a bully. So the two bullies together, they were bullying together, but who's going to turn on who first? Because with the bullies, you're always going to have the king of the castle, right? But see, they'll make one look like a fool to keep you off the other. To keep one as a distraction and the other one as an illusion. So with regards to security, Putin worked in security. He was head of security. And that's why Donald Trump, in the Oval Office, when he was talking to Zelensky, when he avoided with regards to security, he didn't want security in place before there was a deal. Because security, it's that extra step. It's that extra step they have to take before they can go in and infiltrate. So he didn't want to put in security because he just wanted it to be easier to infiltrate Ukraine. Are you done? Are you awake yet? Do you not know that they have said about like they'll take one country and then they try to take the rest? They say Canada fights amongst themselves. Well, if Canada fights amongst themselves, but Canada's also fighting amongst itself in the U.S. because it's so all the same place. Just borders. As do history. It was the end of the free in the beginning. It was the end of the free. It was Turtle Island. In Nazi Germany, Hitler was fighting against Putin. Did Donald Trump learn from that? Yes, he did. He learned to secretly work with Putin, but have others to believe he wasn't. Makes for a good spy, right? Look at the women he married. He's saying about immigration, deportation, but like his wives were immigrants, and they were immigrants from roughly around the same area, right? They all look like they were in the mafia. It's not just by looks, it's by actions too. It says, I've seen somebody post something on TikTok the other day. Different things that the planes were putting lines and had read between the lines. That's what it meant. Putting the pieces, what puzzle goes where. It's much like your biblical text. I won't say a Bible or anything like that because it's called different things. So your biblical text. Some don't like the word that way. It's their favorite. Some do not. I just have to say, like, why do you write your nose over joint because I say biblical text instead of the Bible? Not everybody believes in the Bible. And it doesn't make them any right or wrong. But if you say it doesn't fit, and you have to go say, let me see.
I think this is the tip of the iceberg. It has been $1.3 trillion in flight capital since we become president. There are over 30 towers
You get that? And there are 30 over 30 towers
all over the world. That means there are several thousand units. So many condos that journalists like me have been able to investigate because they were in shell companies, shell corporations.
Shell. Shell, if you look up Shell, Shell actually funds the wars. Ah! World War III. You get that yet? Ah! I'm gonna say like that in the super. I'm not really good here a lot.
For law enforcement and the public interest, you can only see what the name of the corporation is, but you can't find out who's really behind it, what's really going on.
Now, I asked them because someone had posted that. I asked them what the name of the documentary was. Oh, here we go. Links between Trump associates and Russian officials. That's what I said. Like, Trump never does this. Like, you look at Greenland. Trump sent his son. Well, probably because Donald Trump is not allowed in Greenland because he's a son. So he sent his son, and then that's what I say on the fly because he went. They gave money to more homeless people saying, yeah, we want Trump. But people don't want to see that. I'm not saying that there's not people that would say, oh yeah, we want Trump. Well, you want Trump or you just want to be part of something. It's that part, if you want to live under Trump's control, why don't you, if you are in the world, why don't you pack your fucking bags and go there? And people know. But oh wait, if you go there, then I feel sorry for the other people that are there that don't hurt it. See, Donald Trump wants to shut the FBI down and things like that because it infiltrates him. Because in this sentence, links between Trump associates and Russian officials. People say, well, Trump's not doing it. Since Donald Trump was a 2016 candidate for the office of President of the United States, multiple suspicions links between Trump associates and Russian officials were discovered by the FBI and a special counsel investigation, and several United States congressional committees as part of their investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. states election. Well, and people say that China was involved in the Canadian. So too, China government, and we work with Russia. You know, Trump had China, but you can see that he had a good relationship with China, and he was making deals with China. So what was truth and what was fiction? Because he's putting tariffs on China. What goods does the United States obtain from Russia?
Here is information from Trading Economics.
The United States imports from Russia fertilizers value $1.3 billion in 2024, pearls, precious stones, metals, coins, $878.10 million in 2024. Inorganic chemicals, purchases, metals, components, installate, isotope, isotope. Inorganic chemicals. Who's poisoning you? Who is the one poisoning you? You're getting inorganic chemicals. But you say that Putin is doing organic food over there and then telling the states that they really need to stop feeding people poor food and everything like that, but you're sending your fucking chemicals here? What the fuck is your problem? Don't answer that! Seriously, people! Будете морити татарі, I don't want to be unhealthy at all. She ever doesn't yell at us. stop saying about fucking common sense when you're not using it at all. Purite purete, devi essere molto dai, e la tutto un resterà. You know, I've heard different things where Putin's making a speech about the fucking stuff that they put that they do to us. He's fucking having an hand in it. Seriously, people. And yes, I know about with regards to Ukraine trafficking stuff, child trafficking and stuff like that. But it's happening all over the world. Go look up red, red, red district, red light districts throughout the world. It's where they do sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and everything. They just put it into a group of people. It's called the fucking mafia. Ah! Ooh, see? Ooh, Kimotomure Tatoristikata. Wood and articles of wood, wood charcoal. Oh, the inorganic chemicals, precious metal components, and SOP. It was $695.72 million. This is all 2024. So I don't have to be saying 2024. Okay. Wood and articles of wood, wood charcoal, 89.44 million. Machinery, nuclear reactors, boilers, 82 million. See? Yesterday, this is going to put a kind of a system. You can know to do it yesterday. That is huge. Waste of waste of food industry, animal food, what fooder, FOD. Agriculture food stuff used specifically to feed domesticated livestock such as cattle, rabbits, sheep, horses. Okay? Waste of food industry. Waste of food industry.
According to DeliverAct, approximately 17% of global food production is wasted. Around 14% of food produced for human consumption never reaches consumers.
Okay? So basically what that's saying is we get the garbage, they do deals with regards to the garbage food. Sit with that. They're feeding you garbage. It's waste food industry. Waste of food industry. And I just heard it. You're saying you're setting the compost. Why the fuck are you using that? You know, there's trade, and then there's just foolish trade. You know that in talk about China being on the verge of there's it's Russia is on the verge of bankruptcy. The United States are on the verge of bankruptcy. I think they're trying to infiltrate it. You know, I'm going to ask, and I'm glad to, is China actually creating stuff or are they stealing it from other people? You know, these people, they like to take prisoners, right? I don't care what side you're on. See, I would like before I had no fucking interest in it. Ex-husband, he says, you know, you fight when it comes on your doorstep. Well, my question to him is, why the fuck aren't you fighting? Because it's on your doorstep. You're telling me it's on your doorstep. Why aren't you fighting? I see a lot of women standing up. I'll say there's no men standing up because I see that too. But you'll see that it's a lot of men who can experience some femininity because they can actually feel for her instead of trying to be a dominant. There's a lot of heaviness in this world right now. I feel it. And it's because the clash is happening. It's because the scales are balancing itself out. And we're all here for a purpose to bring about balance. It's kind of the big command. You just want your resources. Because when the resources are all used up, well, there you are again with nothing. Kind of like coal miners, you when they dug for the gold, they got all that, and then they left a big fucking mess, and people then were left with a big hole in the ground, a lot of destruction, land destroyed, holes in the water, the fields dying. They say acid rain, but is it acid rain? Just regular rain, and it's seeping into the ground and into your water, and it says the rays picks it up again, it drops to the ground. It starts with what they're putting in. That was 9.91 million. Base metals, non-specific elsewhere, crements, 37.31 million. Aircraft, spacecraft, 34.87 million. What is spacecraft?
Spacecraft frequently mentioned on the web include the International Space Station, Lander, Stardust, and others.
And Spirit is there. Oh my God. Iron and steel of the aircraft spacecraft was $34.87 million. If you're wondering, I'm doing United States imports from Russia. This is what the United States gets from Russia. Iron and steel, 13.17 million. Commodities not specific according to kind, 10.97 million. Well, I'd be questioning what that was. Oil seed, olive, give fruit, grain, seed, and fed fruits. Electrical, electronic equipment, 10.01 million. Edible vegetables and certain fruits and tubers, 6.45 million. So he's saying about feeding his people organic food, but sending the chemical filled food to the Americans. And why you're like why people are obese, and then he'll criticize North America. They do both do it. People really shouldn't talk about it. It's like, yeah, do you think I don't feel like trying to keep my tongue out right now? Guess you don't feel good if I really am. Because I feel it. It's like, no, yeah, I'll do what I used to. I'll do what I used to do to the kids whenever they stick their tongue out being happy. That's the part, that's what they do. That's what that, like when you watch the series Once Upon a Time, that's what the dark one like to do. They like to trick people or try to remove their tongue so they can no longer speak. And that's what they do as a form of torture too. You don't speak. That's not part of the fear. Or that's not part of the sign. I'm going to silence you. That means you gave your power. He's going to be sovereign. It's not about looking at different forms of conspiracy theory because it depends on how you look at it. 6.45 million. Rubbers. Okay, it doesn't have rubber boots, so are they talking about freaking condoms? So this stuff, it just don't make fucking sense. You know, everyone should be able to have their own greenhouse. Where they can grow their own food instead of all these other big corporations and everything like that. Like, you know, even the crown is a corporation. I don't understand why they need that much property and then say that their people are in trouble and we're going to have fundraising, we're going to have charity events and stuff like that. Not like your charity events, you're calling us fucking charity because you're taking everything from us. You know, King Charles, if I met you, you know, I'd still say, shake your hand. Probably wouldn't invite me because, you know, I don't even know if I would bow to you. Because I look at the world around me and, you know, people should no longer be here, people should no longer be in poverty. Not charity. Everything's been taken from us and made us think that we're supposed to be charity, looking for charity. True leader that people wouldn't be. They wouldn't be digging in garbage cans and throwing trash all over the place and sleeping in tents or just sleeping in with a coat over them on the freaking side of the road or on a cycle or under a bridge or in it's freezing to death because they have nothing to wear, no shelter, no food. It's not about wearing a business suit to make yourself look smart. Be humble for once. You might have, like, I'm not insulting you, but you know, you like your holy socks too, right? Some people don't like that I say that. I don't even, like, I would like shake his hand and you know, people communicate, but in my eyes, it's true king. wouldn't have their people quality and throwing charity events that cost more than what they'd be giving the people. It's not common sense. And don't say it will be part of them. He'd be no different because he wants to be a fucking king. Only he'd be a worse tyrant. He'd be a real tyrant. In this world, family, yeah, they got their shit. And it goes back a long way. That's why a lot of people have lost respect for the royal families. It's not because they don't want to be part of the United Kingdom. They want to be part of the Commonwealth. It's like lost respect for the crown is much the same as religious church, guys. Religious church stuff. It's no different. People may say it is, but it's no different. Because the Pope and others and stuff like that, they sit up there with their crowns. Like the holier than thou. Meanwhile, one's saying that the people need to repent because they're sinners, and the other one, it's saying you charity. But then the church is saying, hey, you want to give us your money. There's a common sense in that. It's common sense for them, but I have to ask the people where's common sense in that. The crown of charity with the church or sinner. So you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, which the thing is, if you woke up, you'd be damned either way. No matter what side you look at, the crown, church, the government, it's all infiltrated with organized crime. Mafia. I'm not saying there's ones amongst this us that don't care because they're called the whistleblowers and the snitches or narcs. So rubbers, $6, optical, phone, technical, medical, apparatus, 5.93 million, organic chemicals, 4.85 million. Now that makes no sense. They pay less for organic chemicals. They get more inorganic chemicals to the point of $695.72 million. But for organic chemicals, 4.85 million. That's one fuck of a hike. Holy shit, man. That's like 600 90,000.70 or 690.72 million because I rounded it up to 5. So I took the 5 off the 965. Sit with that for a bit. Seriously, sit with that for a bit. Why are they getting in the first place? Why are they getting inorganic chemicals if they can get organic? But they're spending more on inorganic. And Putin has the audacity to say anything. He's the one filling me with it. He's the one, like his government, his organization. You know, that's the imports, things that are coming from Russia. Did you think that sit with it for a while? You say blue chemtrails, sit with it for a while. See? I know somebody who said that they were doing this stuff when they were younger. And that was after World War II. It's called Agent Orange. Over. So, it's made for cash dividends. Sit with it. I told people to look at the symptoms of COVID and look at what they told you to do during COVID, and then go look at like look at the symptoms of rectal poison, and they tell you to do if you've been exposed to it. Which is terrifying. But the biowarfare, chemical warfare. So it's not. There's parts that saying certain amounts of ricket can give you cancer. But can you live through it? So I don't like you saying this because I feel like I'm fortunate for all that. I was channeling, and when I was channeling, I was getting that George Washington didn't die from natural causes. I was getting that he died from ricket poisoning. Go look up how he died and look at the symptoms of ricket poisoning. So I guarantee you that he'd been out in rainstorms before. And he ended up burning. He had 2 years, and he ended up burning one. He had his wife burn it. So what would you know, say about looking into the death? Because they did say George Washington's. See, I went down that rabbit hole too, because it was connected to my family. My 6th great granddaddy would have been doing business with George Washington. So sit with that. And to my great aunt, Don't tell me you want to know your family's history or your family's genealogy. You should have done it. And you would have really known what your fourth great granddaddy was telling you. Because he did have a religious seal above than you. And I'm not saying that they made him any better than anybody else, but what I am saying is he was exactly what we're doing now. But you're the opposite. I don't. I went through the visions. I done screaming. But you better go. Oh wait, maybe you didn't read the book because you did ask me if I got a copy from my uncle that you would like to have a copy of it too. What? Because you went to a family reunion. Nice for you. Heard a few stories. But I'm not deep. And I know what my seventh great grandma went through when your fifth great granddaddy was killed. Sorry. Yeah, you're fifth because he would have been my seventh. She watched her husband be scalped and his 1.5-year-old son. I experienced what they went through because I could hear when I came here, it was like I was experiencing home, and she was screaming to the youth that they were trying to save. Hi, coming from this home. And she was not only talking in English, but French, German, a multitude of languages, and it was all coming out of my mouth. I was the one that went to the museum. That was my work. And I don't regret doing it, and I don't regret the amount of time that I put into it, and the blood, sweat, tears, and crying that I put into it. Tell me you're seeking truth. You wouldn't even believe the fucking truth if it was sitting in front of you. The way vegetable, fruit, nut food preparations, 3.74 million. Plastics, 3.41 million. And you know, Donald Trump wants to bring plastic back in when people are trying to get rid of it. Sit with that, please. And you say to my great aunt, you say he's part of the Galactic Federation. It must be the road ones. Because guess what? They want all plastic gone. Beverages, spirits, and vinegar, 3.31 million. Footwear, gaiters, and the like, 3.03 million. Now, all these buildings, I've seen in many buildings that they were industrial buildings. They all got shut down. They're all rotting. They're all vacant. You want to bring stuff back to your country, but you want to steal it from others first to make yourself rich, right? You know, I'm not a big fan of corporal punishment, not corporal punishment, like what is it? I'm not real fond of the death sentence. But back in 1791, put innocent people to death because you went on a couple of circumstantial events. They hung three brothers, but they only said that it was two, the Bluebell brothers. So, you know, there was a third Bluebell brother that died the same day. So where did that come from? Seriously, sit with that. To my that was your fifth great grandmother's nephews that I'm talking about. And what went on that day was mob mentality. Exactly the same sort of thing that happened when Jesus was crucified, or said to have been crucified, because some say he was, some say he wasn't. When I went there for the tour and I went on that property, I was sweating, trying to get my feet off the ground. And the tour guide, and then all of a sudden she told me because I kept looking over at the screens. But one of them, the first time didn't work. So that's they had children there. I don't know why you're fucking terrified. Was it to, you know, terrify the children? Or had the children thinking it was okay to do that? You expose your children to hate crimes. You expose your children to violence. You expose your children to a fucking hanging. And you laugh about it because I just caught that. That's called satanic. That's what's evil. When you think it's okay for something, I have to say what the spirits that are exposed to it. Yep. Cereal, flour, starch, milk, preparations, and products. 2.93 million. Now, isn't this stuff that your own country can grow? And, instead of like, you grow this stuff in your country to give to your livestock, the people starve, are starving. And then you're going outside of your country that already has the stuff and the need to eat. You're going outside your country and spending millions of dollars, and you have the audacity to say about like money going into like different places across the world to help people. Where's the logic and common sense there? You're importing stuff that you already have, but you're feeding it to the animals, or you're importing, you're sending it somewhere else. So it's like, what the fuck? People, there's where your money's going to. They're making the problem. You're going hungry, you're homeless. And then Doge, it's like going into the corruption and what have you, but they're covering up their own mythical home, right? Seriously, that's mafia mob mentality. And if you, it's white supremacists, it's KKK. If you want to support that stuff, then I'm going to ask you, like, where's your heart and what the fuck is going through your mind? Because, Donald Trump likes to say it is what it is. Well, it ain't what it is. It is what it is because you manipulated people into thinking that it is what it is, but it's not that way. To everyone out there, you have the ability to change your life and the world around you. You change it in a positive way, or you change it in not such a positive way. You can either evolve and see the evil, or you can devolve and live in the disillusion. Sit with it for a while. I know, it's entirely up to yourself. And people can attack me all they want. It just tells me that, truth hurts. It makes too much sense, right? So, if you go by Trump, it makes too much sense. Well, that's a conspiracy theory. But if it doesn't make sense, no. If you go and let me rephrase that. Step back and see how you're seeing, okay? Because to me, this importing and exporting, there's a lot of importing and exporting the things that the resources that you already have. So that makes no sense. And then you're saying the country has no money, or your country's going bankrupt, or you have to go get resources from there. Well, it's called gluttony in the form of what you're doing. It's not the people being gluttonous. It's the systems being gluttonous. Doing it all for themselves. That's gluttony. Don't agree with me. I don't care. That's how I see it. And it makes a whole hell of a lot of sense too. You could say like when you put in these fears into people, and then people are and they're fighting over fucking toilet paper because you have a glutton, not thinking of anybody else but itself, and because they want to take the toilet paper so they can charge 10 times more than what it already is. That is what. Grab a fucking face cloth if you feel like you need to have that much toilet. At least you can wash your fucking face cloth. And it'll probably clean your asshole up better too. Oh my god. Receipt time. Do you ever wipe your ass with a plastic bag? Do you ever wipe your ass with newspaper or leaves? What's more sanitary? Face cloth with toilet paper. You can always leave daggers with you, right? Or daggers or worm-ups. It's toilet paper that gets stuck in the crack of the hairs of your ass. I'm serious. Maybe it's something, maybe an inappropriate topic, but it's making a point, and if you don't get that, then I feel sorry for you. As long as you feel like your ass, right? It doesn't matter if everybody else has to see that shit. Yep, maybe they should go like your ass on that person's pants. And then they can use all the photos of it. I didn't say I was female. I've heard a few females that can be pretty dual with themselves. And stop yelling, it's not attractive. So, I know the difference of what's happening. Speak your language, but do I really want to be speaking this language? No. Because it's not good. I don't find it very attractive myself. Not a wise man. Not always wise, but this was a wise saying. Sometimes you have to speak the language. coca, and cocoa and cocoa preparations, 2.78 million. Cereals, 2.71 million. Milling products, malt, starches, inland wheat gluten, 2.65 million. This is all stuff from Russia. Miscellaneous edible preparations, 2.46 million. What's miscellaneous? Why is all that being hit? Aluminum, 2.32 million. Glass and glassware, 1.72 million. Sugars and sugar confectionery, 1.24 million. Works of art, collector pieces and antiques, 1.17 million. Essential oils, perfumes, cosmetics, toiletries, 1.1 million. Coffee, tea, mate, spices, 960.94K. Go look it up. There's a lot here. Let's go see. What does the U.S. import to Canada?
Here's information from Trading Economics.
Okay. Canada imports from the United States vehicles other than railway machinery, nuclear reactors. Like, why the fuck are you making nuclear reactors for? Seriously. Okay. United States imports from Canada.
According to Al Jazeera, Canada is the second largest trading partner of the United States after Mexico. In 2024, the U.S. imported $412.7 billion in goods from Canada and exported $349.4 billion, resulting in a trade deficit of $63.3 billion.
And Donald Trump, see? People say that Mueller Special Counsel investigation. The Robert Mueller Special Counsel investigation was an investigation into 45th U.S. President Donald Trump regarding Russian interference in the 2016 United States election and was conducted by Special Prosecutor Robert Mueller from May 2017 to March 2019. It was also called the Russian Investigation Quote, and Mueller investigation focusing on 3 points. Russian interference in the 2016 United States election, Trump associates and their connection to Russian officials and espionage, possible obstruction of justice by Trump and his associates. The investigation found no evidence that Donald Trump or any of his aides coordinate with the Russian government's 2016 election interference. Though there was significant evidence of a criminal conspiracy, members of the campaign were indicted, including National Security Advisors Michael Flynn, and the chair of the Trump presidential campaign, Paul Manafort. The investigation results in charges against 34 individuals and 3 companies, 8 guilty pleas, and a conviction at trial. The report did not reach a conclusion about possible obstruction of justice by Trump, citing a Justice Department guideline that probates the federal indictment of a sitting president. However, General Attorney William Barr pointed to 10 episodes of potential obstruction. So, okay, a potential obstruction. That would be the same as what they did to, would have been my cousins, my 7th grade Grammy's sons. It was, what's the, circumstantial evidence. So, so let's go because women are really like they kind of fight they're fighting with other women. You know, this woman that didn't care on TikTok that didn't care if these adults were being shipped away and their kids were behind. She didn't care about that. It's like I hate for you to be a mother. Seriously, I would really hate for you to be a mother because you really don't know what a true responsibility of a mother is. A mother protects the children, and it's obvious that you wouldn't protect children because you're against immigration, whether they're illegal immigrants or not. You don't mind going to those stores and having those illegal immigrants serve your ass, your white privileged ass. Because don't take offense to that because that's what it is. There's doesn't matter what culture you're from, you get that privilege. But lady, those immigrants were here before you were. Because their ancestors were the first settlers. So sit with that. When women are the enemy, the instruction of misogyny and white supremacy It's much the same as like, you know, people will say about the women of what the women in the Muslim community does. It's much the same as that, I have to say, because of the way it's described. And you know, people take offense to that, and you know, that's, I mean, that's like, you know, everybody's allowed to say like people, but I'm not saying that to be ignorant. I'm looking at it from both from all the perspectives. I'm seeing it. So white supremacy, in retrospect to that, is much the same. You know, some women they're good at doing what they do. You know, that's up to you. It doesn't mean that it's like, you know, right or wrong. To some it's wrong, and to others it's right because they're in that they're in that situation. Whether it's on the left or the right side. When you stand and when you read between the lines, you see the similarities, and it's no longer it's not a coincidence. It's a synchronicity. Some countries, some religions, it's still a form of nationalism. It's a supremacy. No matter your color, race, religion, or how you, it doesn't matter. Introduction. Every day, as really white supremacists make their hatred known, we immediately and rightly call them extremists. We have not been nearly as unequivocal in our condemnation when it comes to men who express violent anger toward and loathing for women. You know, I'll say it like I know that there's times when, you know, I can tell that, you know, my ex-husband has some of that supremacy, has some of that Muslim aspect to it. I can see that because of the way he is with me. And it's that part, you know, they don't want a woman, they don't want a feminine standing up because he tells me a lot that, you know, you're a feminist, you're fucking right, I'm a feminist. I mean, I'm a feminist that don't do or women. I see it from every side. That's where you're in the middle. That's where you're seeing both sides. He talks, he gravitates more to listening to men who say about the statistics of how bad women are. You know, and you know, it looks like right now you get the not the nationalism, supremacy. You got the nationalism and the feminism, and then they're putting all these statistics out there. It's like seriously, that's mafia mad mob mentality. The phoenix, the phoenix is the feminine rising, whether it's in a man or a woman. And if you're not on one side or the other, then you're stoned. I seen this video, this thing on a video thing on TikTok just yesterday, I believe it was, and a woman put it up, and it had a song, and it was referring to being like stoned, but it was like a group of men standing around throwing stones at this woman, and people found that funny because it was ironic because of the song. Do you know that's what they said that they were doing to Mary Magdalene? They were stoning her, calling her an adulteress and a whore and everything. And I can feel people right now. And it's like there's so many that your hearts, it's like your heart's stopped. Because of whatever you witnessed or whatever you've gone through or whatever you're afraid of. Kukuisa mtema mutore uliseo makane ya shukumu ine mutakaito. I know other people that will bitch with that, and know, what do you fucking control? Young children have more grown up than adults do. Children are our future. So everyone says the children are our future. Then why are you allowing these tyrants, these greedy, corrupt people, just the land that you say your children are the future? Maybe some of you don't want kids, like kids. Well, I guess you like yourself, did you? Because I know there are some people that they leave their own families so that their poison can get rid. Instead of you know doing the hard work and seeing the truth for what it is and what's really the problem. It's easier to go away right than change it, break the cycle, do the inner work, stop some mob mafia mentality. They try, like, everyone's supposed to get along, but they're trying to tribalize everybody again. Like, I have to ask people, do you feel a fucking problem? You're devolving, not evolving. When you go back to tribalism, that's the part that's separating you again. else, man. They're your enemy. But actually, your true enemy is the one that's telling you those people are your enemy because they're creating you to be each other's enemy. And they're using their power and influence to do that because you look them over and go, they're rich. You're big money. They do business. Yeah, but the business that they're into ain't the business that you really want. For women. In fact, these groups warrant a side-by-side examination. There is a robust symbolism between misogyny
Misogyny.
Sorry. Okay, I got that out. Misogyny. Prejudice against women. And that's what the statistics says. They make you prejudiced. They make you misogynist. Misogyny and white supremacy, the two ideologies are powerfully intertwined. While not all misogynists are racist, and not every white supremacist is a misogynist, a deep-seated clothing of women acts as a connective tissue between many white supremacists, especially those in the ultra-right, and their lesser-known brothers in hate, like incels, involuntary incidents, MRIs, men's rights activists, and PUAs, pickup activists. Just being courtesy. I don't care what it is. You just want to be part of something, even if you don't agree with it. Men's rights activists, they have women's rights activists. And that's where they keep feeding. Yeah, they keep feeding each other. They keep feeding with each other because you're feeding off of each other. So it's a form of energy food. But the energy food is not for you guys. It's for the systems that's keeping you human. Because it's keeping you separate. And, war is profitable. Right now you're going through trade. The government is a form of a mafia. It's an organized mafia. But people won't take that as that way, but it is. It's two forms of mafia fighting against one another. But some of them are working together. And you become more of the mob because you get angry with innocent people because of their skin color, because of their religion, and it's because you don't understand. In each form of religion, where the anger actually stems from, because, like I said, your stories are all mixed into different biblical texts. That's why one part is saying that Jesus wasn't crucified, and another is saying that Jesus was crucified. Was he physically crucified, or was he crucified for his beliefs and shunned by it? Because families say you in certain religions you have to push out the ones that don't believe, like Scientology. That's a taboo. You have Jehovah Witness. I don't know, like if Mormons do it, but I know that it doesn't matter what religion you are. It's just more predominant and more visual by certain groups. But it's in every. And statistics are made to create conflict because it's like they do something to make the people react to see how they react to it. Then it becomes a program and a learned behavior. That's how they learn how to control you. Hence, with Donald Trump, with Elon Musk, or Mark Zuckerberg, or any of the ones that are of power. You just become another statistic. So when are you going to stop being their statistics? And I told my ex-husband that he was not, he was masculism, or masculist. That's not real. It's like, it's not real? Well, how is feminist real and masculist or masculism is not real? Sit with that. Seriously, fucking sit with that. Because you ain't using common sense. And if you think that, you're not as smart as you think you are. Even when I tried to show him that there was such thing, he didn't look at it. He just got irritated. That's a denial. That's a white supremacy. Supremacist. That is nationalism. And I will say that is a form of, Muslimism. Muslim. Whether people want to see it that way or not. I'm not throwing shade on their religion or anything like that. But it's the same thing. I said, I told you, and I'll tell you again. I had a Freemason tell me that Donald Trump took the Islamic oath. And I've had others say about the barbaricness of things, of different religions. Billy Person was bringing up about the things that the Christianity did, all the horrifying things. And then it was Christianity that brought about the chastity belt. Well, my question is, why does the fucking woman have to do the chastity belt? You put a woman in a chastity belt, and, the women have the menstrual cycles, they're supposed to go spank it. And then you call them dirty bags. any person who believes in that type of behavior. Don't tell me you're of God. Don't tell me you're a Christian, because I'll tell you, or I'll ask you, what type of Christian are you? People like that are the ones that turned other people against God, because you made God out to be, or Spirit, or Christ, out to be the enemy. Oh, so no, you're evil. No, sorry, you're not evil, because evil means to evolve, and you are the devil because you are evolving. See, a lot of the problem is a lot of masculine people are afraid of feminine people, because they're the ones that make you feel. The only emotion that these ones feed off of is intimidation, fear, feminine cry. Let her see her worth, or his worth, because it's a feminine energy. That's what it's all about. Adam kept holding Eve down because he was pissed off at Lilith, because Lilith wouldn't do that. Lilith wanted to be equal because they were equal, but Lilith had more godly powers, because she was both. She was the earth, the water, and sky, because she could fly. Adam was earth, and then Adam had time travel to try to figure out things. But Adam was keeping Eve in a form of submission. You know, when you go watch the series Lucifer, you start seeing truth was Lucifer. Like, oh, what? Lucifer could persuade women and men more of a seductress. Lucifer really laughs like a victim. Well, you know, if I'm not supposed to talk about Lilith, then that tells me you're the fucking form of Adam. Y como detalles, si tú ves ahí, then it brings to white supremacy. It's like white supremacy. And like Adam, like, was pissed at Lilith and the angels, you know, they had to trick Lilith, right? Because Lilith cared. She just didn't want to be his perfect. Maybe she felt Adam to be more of a brother. Son, you know. No, it's just Adam and Eve. And then you say, oh, well, Eve ate the apple. Right. You started understanding it. And she started to think for herself. Shit, seriously. कीमत पता है I'm allowed to ask these questions. Makes a whole lot of sense when you look at it. You know, they say daughters of Eve and sons of Adam. How do you know Lilith and Adam did that? Because you think of Gaia and Uranus. Uranus had children with, and then his spread his sperm across the land. So, you know, maybe Adam was humping every female organism in there. You know, look at the different mythologies. Zoology. You go watch, what is it? Dark Climb. Seriously, go watch it. Look for training. And it's set in like Germany or up around that area, like in the more in you know, people would take offense when I say Germany or Russia or in that area because it was talking about the nuclear waste and everything like that on this.
We had one person significant.
This does refer a lot to like Adam traveling through time, and it aged him so much. It was like Cain. They kept in the dark. They kept going through time. It was like a hole in the hill, and they'd walk through it, and they'd be in another time. So it's giving the walking through the time portal, the wormhole, and it was fucking weird. I told people, watch the series Utopia and the series Upload, and you'll understand everything a whole lot better because then you'll see what it's showing you.
Really changed. They're telling your length within 4 days.
And that is oh no, that's not it. That's not it. Let's try this again. That's weird. If you can, get a second, I'm gonna go check my Chrome. Thank you for being patient. Almost done. Almost at the other. can't find it right at the moment. I might have the name wrong, but had to do with a lot of much the same as this because they were trying to meet in the middle, and I feel like I'm a referee. I feel like I don't feel like I'm a medium. I'm the channel, and it's like the children in the middle of the mother and father that are feuding, whether it be taking place in the household or whether it be because of a separation. What that's what it feels like. And that's why you have where it's men's rights activists and women's rights activists, and it's that part of like we need to get our heads out of our asses and realize that it is a system of statistics because the only difference between like actually like really between men and women is the body structure. And the men were given the role to protect the women, to take care of the women, to the manual labor, and the women took care of the home and what have you, and the men. But then women wanted to be independent. They grew, but they were like it was about working together and sharing responsibility. My ex-husband's always telling me, "You're always in the you're always in the masculine, you're like a bulldog." It's like, dude, this isn't to like get people angry with him because a lot of people do it. But it's like, dude, I'm always in my masculine because I'm always trying to defend myself and protect myself from your masculine coming at my feminine. So I don't get the ability or the opportunity to act like a woman. I don't get to go get my nails done. I don't go get pampered. It's that fear that some men are like more masculines are more afraid of a woman having an opportunity or a position which is higher than them because it makes them feel less masculine. My question is, how the fuck is it doing that? Because a woman is independent and a woman is good with herself and wants to be doing stuff like this and doesn't expect the man to do it for them or the masculine to do it for them. Like men are always screaming, well, women always like they always want to expect the men to do this, but the women step up and say, hey, we want to do this. You feel emasculated? Do you fucking hear yourself? Seriously. You hold the fucking feminine back because it'll emasculate you if they get ahead of you or they do better than you, but yet you'll fucking say that, oh, well, we're supposed to do this. You're complaining because we're not doing it. And then when we do it, you're still fucking complaining. But you say that the feminine is the problem? No, they're not the problem at all. When I say feminine, it's gender neutral because it's being able to be in your feminine energy and in your masculine energy, which makes it a balance. But masculines, so far in their fucking ego, they want to shoot their damn faces off and say that a feminine is doing nothing, masculine's always going to do it. Well, when the feminine does step up, you want to fucking bury her. We're not your problem. You're your own fucking problem because you're not hearing what you're saying. You're saying that you got to do everything all the time, but when a woman steps up and is independent, you don't like that. Or when a feminine is independent, you don't like that. But you don't want to do the things that you do, but you don't want them doing it either. You're a fucking asshole. Or should I call you your fucking Uranus? You're the child of Uranus. Because Uranus was much like Adam, if not even Adam. Or, they say the father was worse than the son. So then Adam is the son of Uranus. Here's your partnership. Not your partnership, biblical stuff. Believe me, don't believe me. Put the stories together and piece the puzzle together. Make really understand something and see it from a different perspective. Masculine that doesn't need to be equal to a feminine, but wants to overpower the feminine. What's happening when you look at Isis having Horus? Horus has resurrection. Same story, just back further in time. Oh, don't bring that into the biblical text. That's not true. Fuck, it's not. Volete Porena, dati sinuto ay this cross-pollination means the largely anonymous outrage of the men's rights era acts as a bridge to the white supremacist and anti-Semitic ideology of the ultra-right. want to ask you something. Who is on the panel mainly that is saying that it would be illegal for a woman to have an abortion? It's mostly men. Seriously, and I want you to be honest with yourself. You look at the fucking panel, and it's all men. Very few women. And why is that? Because you know they like to say that men like to sow their oats. So therefore, a woman can have one child every 9 months, maybe twins, but usually it's one girl every 9 months, and a woman can only have up to 22 children. A man can go and have sex with thousands of women and get paid in this one, and they will not marry because they want to sow their oats. It's part where, you know, the people involved, if there's one that's not involved in, and there's something there, and what have you, you know, I don't care if people hate me, and you tell me that I'm not of God. Relationship, it's up to both parties. And if you can't get to a conclusion together, then that's where you need to go and ask for help. Women say it's their body, yes, it's your body. But that egg is yours, and the sperm that fertilized that egg was that man's. When it acts as a bridge, white supremacy and anti-Semitic ideology of the alt-right. After all, it's not a huge leap from women's quest for equal rights. And that's what I just said. Men with rights, well, they say that, you know, women are so emotional, and we're not allowed to tell our feelings. Well, fucking shit. The reason why women get mad when, like, with regards to that, is because men want to be heard, like masculines want to be heard, but the feminine is not supposed to be. That's why you get that. You get the butting heads. Women's quest for equal rights threatens my statue as a man to modern or narratize, and women's quest for equal rights threaten my statue as a white man. I just got done saying. To the masculines, it's your insecurity, not ours. To the feminine, it's your insecurity, not yours. Instead of each other as equals already, you're too busy fucking fighting over who's more superior. You know, men may feel, masculines may feel better at taking people into court, whereas the feminine is more of a leader into bringing people to peace. And yes, I know that women can be catty and men can be just as soft. Like they don't call it that way. Like that guy. Prime example of a masculine. Let's watch that again. Prime example of a masculine. That's a prime example of a masculine. First thing you go to, fist up, bat in hand, and fucking gun. Better get that pecker up. Make sure you're manly. If you gotta use a weapon, you're not very manly. Be careful, like what I said. And you can give that disdain eye. Here. How about you watch when spirit comes in and gets pissed off? Not throwing shade on it, right? Am I using it as an example? Yep, I sure am. And why am I using it as an example? Because that's what I just explained. A man will first go to fists up, and men will say, well, we're a feminine, sometimes you can't talk things out. No, I understand. Sometimes you gotta push back with the bully. You gotta speak your language. Sometimes you really need to hit it where it hurts. and it's to show them they're not. And they don't understand. Some people say, well, you know, you can't see people. Yeah, I totally understand that. But have you, like, have they met their match? Have they met that one that will go toe to toe with them without feeling like you got to kick the shit out of each other? Like, seriously, how many people had enough of that? Like, really extremely cold, you know, hard to do. I feel for you because that tells me that growing up, you never knew what it felt like to feel like you were carried. You grew up in a house where you know there was abuse, women were pieces of shit, so everybody else was. That's what I got from there. You grew a hatred. It didn't matter who it was for, because to you, I don't think it would matter what color or gender they were. It also means that to fully comprehend either white supremacy or misogyny, we have to attempt to understand both. ADL considers misogyny a dangerous, underestimated component of extremist, and this report marks the start of an ongoing effort to investigate the ways in which people in white supremacists itself and MRA orbits feed and inform one another's poisonous hatred of women. Maybe you get a misogynist because a woman did something to a child, that child. So you have that hatred for that woman, and vice versa. That's why, like, some men will hate women, but some don't hate women, they hate men. And it usually has to do with the way your parents were or what you experienced and didn't feel protected. And that's what's happening right now. Within your government, you feel like they're the parent. Some feel protected because it goes in their favor, and others feel unprotected. But everyone's supposed to have that feeling of being protected from a parent, by a parent. And in these cases, the parents are the ones exposing the children to the pain and suffering. And I'm talking about government systems and research. You take offense to that, well, you know, that's on you. So, you know, if people aren't going to listen to common sense, true common sense isn't deporting immigrants. That's not the common sense of it all. You know, if you got some corruption in there, instead of sending it back to the government, why don't you just put it in the prison and, you know, have it a place where people can rehabilitate, where people can heal, understand. People say that certain people need to die. And those certain people, maybe the reason why they tortured you because they thought you needed to die. The ultra right has a woman problem. See, in a masculine world, you know, if the masculine attacks the feminine and the feminine reacts to protect herself, and you get into a masculine court or a masculine justice system, then what hope does the feminine have? Especially like if they're protecting themselves. And this is gender neutral. But they're talking about women because men say that physically women are weaker than men. So how is that a fair fight? Seriously. It's a legitimate question. But some won't think it that way, especially, you know, ones that think that way. That, you know, should women be hitting on men? No. Should men be hitting on women? No. If there's any hit, you shouldn't be finding out why there's fucking hitting. You know, I don't believe I've ever hit a man. Don't believe I've ever hit a man. I will say once, I had a man grab me by the throat when I was 19, and I grabbed him back, only to protect myself. When I grabbed him back, but I shoved him right up against the fucking wall. Actually, it was a closet door, and I started crushing him like a two. He even tried to take me out a couple of years after that, in front of his present girlfriend at the present time, and their friend, and the male friend, and the male friend and him, that was like $3,000 that one that grabbed me by the throat could pin me down for more than 3 seconds. My toes were bleeding, but he was being thrown across the room into covered doors because I was using my legs to do so. That bruised their ego. So then to get me back, well, I'm pretty sure that's why I tried taking my child. Because, you know, all my beliefs were held against me in the court of law. And they sided with me on everything. The one person that could have set the record straight, they wouldn't talk because they were saying that I was, because these people were saying that I was a bad parent. But yet, even the school said it, but yet, in order to be a volunteer in the resource center at my son's school, I had to get a criminal check and a child protection check. And I was volunteering at the school right up until the day that I went to hospital. So you sit with that. So should I actually not have any use or just dislike a man or a masculine because one of the judges was a female and she was much more masculine? Do you know they even had the assessment? When they had the assessment, they had they wouldn't go see the resource teacher, the one who brought me into the resource center to help her with the children. They even the assessor even advised me to move closer to where my son was living. And when I did, it got held against me in court. But I did what I was advised to do by the assessor, the woman who was doing the assessment. Sue Glenn Hoyer, she wasn't even for me. She even knew that there was a conflict of interest because the man's lawyer was the husband of my son's teacher. So sit with that. The alt-right has a woman problem. The fact is, when you give women rights, they destroy absolutely everything around them, no matter what other variable is involved. This is what this is saying. Even if you become the ultra alpha male, this is what it's saying. Some stupid bitch will still ruin your life. Andrew Aldine of dailystormer.com. Angeline, Angeline. Some stupid bitch, he says, will still ruin your life. No, you fucking ruin your own. You just have to blame it on somebody else. Maybe you should go be celibate. Or, go be with a man if you love him so much. When you put every woman in the same category, then why do you think that a woman should not put all men in the same category? Because it makes you feel better. because you may see her to be a bitch, but you're an ass. At least if she's a bitch, she's a female dog, and a female dog will protect her young. You look at in the wild, especially a bear. Who is it that walks around with the cubs? It's the mother, right? And who tries to eat the cubs? The father. The alt-right is defined by its white supremacist and anti-Semitic ideology. But when alt-righters talk about the women who are standing between them and their rightful position, their language is voluntary, indistinguishable from what you can find on misogynistic MRA or incels message boards. MRAs and men's rights activists believe that men are being victimized by employment and family law, among other things. It sounds like you've been screaming about the same thing, doesn't it? Like, what are you doing it to each other? Yes. Because in this instance, no one is like with regards to that or any better than the other. Women want rights, men want rights. So men will topple over a woman to get rights, and women will manipulate, but isn't it both ways? Because right now, what I see in politics is the far right, the far left using a whole lot of propaganda against each other, and it's a man and it's a woman. And both sides have dirty hands. But I just got that what because I'm a woman. I shouldn't think that way. Women should stand up for women and men should stand up for men. But when you see both sides, shouldn't you be mediating? And I just told you a lot of my shit was happening against me. And family law, everything. My medical, my education, my marital status, the fact that I had no other children, and I couldn't have any other children because the doctor made sure of that. Because I asked to have my tubes tied, just tied. They could be reversed, but they took it upon themselves to cut, burn, and tie them. And it was a man that did that. And he had a hate on for that. Maybe his mother should have had her ties, her tubes cut or tied before she gave birth to him. Is it cruel? No more cruel than what he did to me, right? No more cruel than what the justice system did to me, right? The medical system did it too. The educational system did it. Because the fucking principal didn't even stand up for me. And then you became my son's principal a year later, or a couple of years later. And they put my son in another school. And then they turned that school on. They were trying to take mine right away, my rights away from being able to have a separate appointment to see the teacher on parent teacher. The principal even told me that I wasn't allowed to have an appointment. It's just bother me. It doesn't. It's what he did. What it doesn't bother me. It's the system because they allowed him to do that. They gave him power to try and take my power away. I feel you, man. So do I blame the father? I blame him for what he did because it was fucking cruel. And then you wonder why I came out with all the shit that I went through. That it was more so the system. Because they didn't do what was in the best interest of the child. They did what was in the best interest of their own ego. Using certain people as just statistics or as, to set an example. Oh, well, we don't always do that with men. We do it with women too. My ex-husband went through it. And I know others who went through it. And it didn't matter if you were a man or a woman. Because the other woman I know that went through it was a woman. So there's two women to one man. Two men to two women because it was my child's father and their child's father. The systems will break families apart before they will try to fucking mend them and bring them together on even ground. They pull families apart. I had a lawyer tell me when I went to the lawyer to get my divorce, tried to convince me to take him to court for half of what he had. regards to your child, it was a husband and wife, the lawyer and the teacher. She is someone who really should never have been in that profession. Especially being the wife of a lawyer, because it obviously goes to show that she'll do whatever it takes to help her husband win. Even if it means committing a criminal offense, because that's what it is. It was a conflict of interest, and that's a criminal offense in the justice system. And it's also perjury, because she lied to him, because she did an affidavit that's the same as an oath, because you have to swear to the affidavit. So sit with that, men, ask them, do the ones that wants rights. You know, maybe I went through something fucking worse than you did, what, because she took some dollars from me? Well, they took my child. Incels or involuntary celibates believe that all men deserve to have sex with women on demand without regard for women's interest or preference. That was like when Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana or Ivanka, said about him, she felt like he raped her because it wasn't the same as before. It was forceful. So whatever they if it is fucking hurt. And you can laugh. Who's ever laughing? You think it's a fucking joke? Let someone do it to you. Let another man do it to you. Or maybe that already happened to you. And the mother or didn't protect you. Maybe the mother even did it to you and you hated it. So you were going to get back to her. But you do it to somebody who didn't hurt. And you still think it's funny. I really feel for you. I see your inner child. And it was looking for protection. Just like you were. And you still are. But you're angry. So because you're angry, you keep doing it over and over. Because you think it gives you strength. And then it gives you your power back. Think of how you felt when your innocence was taken from you. in your ability to say no was taken from you. Both groups are explored in more detail later in this piece. Men who hate women, masking fear, sexual insecurity, or ignorant devotion to ideology and misogyny are vocal within the ultra-right, which enjoys a synergic bond with the more specifically misogynistic extremist movement like incels and RIs, much like the Proud Boys. Because, like I said, the night of the inauguration, I seen there was the picture from that night, and there was this woman, and you could tell that they were the Proud Boys because it was three men to one woman. Three men were standing in front of another man who appeared to be a well-known actor. I can't remember his name. He was dressed in a party hat and had the party stuff going on. And the woman was surrounded by these men, and the actor standing right next to her, and she's holding her head pointed. Those are the type of people that don't retreat. Don't like me saying Donald Trump. Would you like me to say Donald? You know, if you could still watch The Apprentice, except part of you created because you gave him all that power. You know, maybe he's a misogynist because I'm pretty sure, like, you know, he was pretty awkward as a kid, whether he was into sports or not. He was awkward. His IQ is like they say it is. And you don't have to know how to read, and you don't have to know how to read to have a mind of a genius. But you know, they say his IQ is 157, but that IQ was bullied and manipulated because that IQ wanted to fit in. So do I think he was misogynist? Yes, you're fucking right, I do. Because he bowed down to a man, but he rode a woman. That Oval Office meeting with Zelensky. Zelensky was calm, cool, collected. He didn't step out. Donald Trump was the one that took the fucking fit. Him and J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance says that he came from poverty, an abusive home. Same as Donald Trump, same as Elon Musk. Sympathetic. Elon doesn't like women. He'd rather have a fucking robot. But they'll blame the woman. Maybe he blames his mother because he felt he wasn't protected. Because he felt like he was the one trying to protect her. That's where it all starts. By the time it starts in the home, or schools. But you're not going to tell parents. It's up to you whether you listen. If your kid comes home and tells you something with regards to the teacher, you might want to fucking listen. Instead of just blowing it off because they're a kid and the teacher is an adult and the teacher is a teacher. Or the teacher can also abuse their authority. Tell you that as well. So that they don't give a shit. I had a teacher make me feel very uncomfortable sitting next to me, and he made a lot of other young girls feel uncomfortable too. So part of what I tell them, they wouldn't believe the child anyways, right? Maybe they need to start. Stepson, the school did that to him. The kids did it to him because he was tall. Right? He'd act out and like teachers would slide with the others. And then there'd be a call behind about him. Husband was like, well, teachers aren't. Hey, dude. Yeah, they fucking are. You know, what we need to start doing is asking the teachers for their qualifications. But some teachers be insulted. But you honestly, you have the right you have the right to know. They should have them up in the classroom for the parents to see. A doctor has to. They have it displayed. But people say, well, you can get a fake certificate. Yes. But with a doctor, you can hook them up on the College of Physicians and Surgeons. So you can check the qualifications. You can even check to see if they're in suspension or if they've had their license revoked. Alex Minnesisson Sasson, who killed 10 people, 8 of whom were women, in the April 2018 Toronto van attack, and neo-Nazi Andrew Agelett are among the most visible examples of this hatred, but they are far from unique. I remember around here there was a man and he went to his ex-wife's place or ex-girlfriend's place. With a bucket of acid and threw it. And you know, in the mass, like if you look at the killing there in 2020, I it's like the majority of them were women. That man had a halo. The homicide of the mother, grandmother, and grandfather. The man had a halo for his mother and his grandmother and his little sister. Because a lot of people felt like if he was looking for his little sister. Right? Like, you know, for some reason, you feel like they feel like they can't get a woman, but they feel like they have the right to do what they want. And that's much the same as when you look at Donald Trump and JD Vance and Elon Musk. The only thing Donald Trump loves people for is for their tits, ass, and sex. And that's that which comes from the family of the woman. That's how they speak. The misogyny of the manosphere, the world of Washington, the screen name of pickup artist, progenitor, Daish Valdezia, D or D, excuse me, DARYUSH and then last name BALIZED or ADEH, and others who populate the men's rights, blogosphere, blogosphere, and online message boards that promote a toxic interest intention of masculinity, like Reddit's red pill form is very much at home in the ultra left or ultra right world. One prominent case in point before he became one of America's most recognizable white supremacists, Christopher Cantwell, frequented men's rights websites and posted misogynistic rants on his blog. Ultra-right blogger Matt Forney cross-posts some of his closest anti-feminine segments to the MRA website, Return of Kings, including the vagina is the perfect representation of the nature of females. You know, I also like there's also women out there, you know, they say a lot about men. So, you notice if you're far left, far right, masculine versus feminine. But who's going to be unbiased? I feel that. When I said that who's going to be unbiased to both, it was just like it's like a fear in a way. It's masculine who can like step into like understand the feminine and protect what you perceive to be weaker than you instead of trying to dominate. Men say they're the protectors. Well, you know, I have to say a lot of women right now they're wondering like, okay, where are you protecting us? Because the only thing that we see is you trying to protect your ego. And women, you know, men are saying that well, there's different women being in their masculine, and they're not very feminine. And yes, that's what they like to me. Because we're trying to protect ourselves. Because you're not doing what you say is a man's role. So right now, what's happening is reversed, and each gender, male or female, are experiencing and don't like right now. Don't anybody try bringing that transgender because it's men who say they're the protectors of the women. That's who you see are saying it. Very few masculines in either gender are saying it. Okay, that's everybody. right now women don't really feel protected. Many women, they're like the men will have women feel like they need to protect it because I feel like they're always in danger. Well, they're in danger because you don't stand up for them. I see more women standing up for men in different ways, depending on the situation and circumstances. Because I'll stand up for you no matter if you're man or woman. And I've also cowered away from things too. Because I don't want to fight with people. And it's a part of not having to live your experiences because others can't get over their own or move forward. So they keep making you relive yours. And that doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, masculine or feminine, it works both ways. So they can take their statistics and shove them up their ass because it's an even balance. Just using, I will say, fake statistics because maybe their test or, of the few people that they do take on the 8 billion people on the planet. And instruct was all about women. Empowering both to be equal to one another, but have like their roles. Not have a woman think that she's weak and she needs protection, but actually stepping up to the plate when they need that protection, when they're unable to protect themselves. Not beat them over the head with a fucking billy club so that you can keep them needing your knight in shining armor. Teach them how to be their own knight in shining. And then women are nurturers and healers, and we need to teach men how they're masculine, how to be nurturing. It's no one role over the other. It's a matter of teaching each other how to be self-sufficient. And then the masculine can say it like instead of saying that, well, we always got to do the work. Go stand up to the men. Keep saying that. Or keep the women down. Keep them that, oh, you're supposed to be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. You're supposed to be working. Parents. Single parents have to learn to be in the role of both. It's like teach the feminine how to protect themselves, which, feminine often, you call her psycho, right? She's fucking psycho. part of ask yourselves, how much pushing did you do before she went fucking psycho on us? Or before that feminine went psycho on us? And then a man would say, well, the masculine would say, well, she went psycho. So how much did you instigate her? How much did you push her? How much did you pick at her? Or him, feminine energy. And they'd say, like, a feminine energy can pick at a man. Well, when a feminine energy seems to be picking on you, they're trying to find out your feelings because they know that you're holding back something. But a man would say they're not. The masculine would say they're not when they fuck it up. Masculine wants to be able to talk, but when a feminine wants to express their feelings and emotions, a masculine can't handle it. And they can't handle it because the ego is constructed and built. It will suppress the empathy. A lot of the time, a masculine is more in their head and not in their heart. And the woman today on that video that said she was more ego masculine because she has a protective barrier. And the protective barrier is not giving a fuck about anybody or anything. Which if you stop giving a fuck about anybody or anything, that's when it becomes dangerous. It's that part of, protect yourself, protect your energy. But it's that part of, when you stop caring about how you actually affect other people. That's the problem. I will mirror, because my ex-husband, he was the one that told me sometimes you got to speak the language. So now I'm speaking his language. And you don't like it, and you say I'm too much in I'm losing my masculine. What do you think a feminine is? You think a feminine is supposed to fall and say, oh, sir, please? See, I would have to say that I can relate to you and I can relate to you because Lilith took her independence and Eve is fighting for it. So the mother in that aspect, let me say is Eve the mother or is Eve the daughter? What do they say is Pandora? Hope is at the bottom of Pandora. Where's the bottom? Well, the bottom is right where the uterus would be. Include an empty vessel, a hole or a void with no identity on its own. Oh, return of kings, including the vagina. Oh, yeah, a vagina is the perfect representation of the nature of the females. An empty vessel, a hole, a void, with no identity of its own. Without a man to fill her with his essence, she is, it says here, she is as useless as crab apple rotting on the sidewalk. Ultra writers and other white supremacists frequently refer to women as trots, which stands for that hole over there. That's why there's this girl, she does card readings, and she puts up on the thing, and she's referring to, and she'll refer to as hole. So when she does that, I just go right past her because she's not only is she showing disrespect to other women, but she's showing her own self disrespect. That would be the first thing that would turn me off of if I was to do if I was to do a thing where I was looking for card readers and things like that, that in itself would keep me away from her because she has no respect. If she's calling, if she's referring to hope, no respect for that hoe over there. Ultra women, ultra right women are called trade hots. Trade hots. Trade hots. A reference to their idealized traditional role and other gratuitous hotness. You know, if a woman didn't have to feel like she had to prove herself, then traditional wouldn't be so bad because, she'd be able to do both. Have the traditional marriage, but also be independent. So to a man or a masculine that says, well, women, they're always depending on you, it's because you don't allow them to have their own independence. You don't allow them to have their own identity. That was like Adam and Eve. Eve had no identity. And Adam didn't like the fact that, she started finding and talking to Lilith and having her own identity. Adam was so if people don't want me to be in my masculine, then don't treat me like I'm your fucking doormat. Because I'll rip that rug right off your fucking floor. Wash your fucking door down. Believe me, I've done it. I ripped it right off the fucking hinges. And I was told I was psychotic. You were fucking abusive. But he would tell people, oh, she ripped my fucking door off the hinges. You didn't tell them what you were doing to instigate it, did you? What advice you think? You know, think of believe Gaia separated from herself. And that's where you got Adam and Lilith. But see, Gaia's equal was Terra. Terra and Gaia were equal. And Terra was once a huge planet. Not many people because Terra imploded. Tutore, sono caris, miai, tutore, Terra and Gaia. You know, maybe it was Lilith and Eve. And Eve had to find her power. Someday might be saying that. But Lilith taught Eve a very valuable lesson. Maybe Adam would have had the best of both worlds. But the women wanted nothing to do with that. But see, you know, if you watch Lucifer, what ended up happening was he ended up falling in love with Lilith's daughter. near the end of the series, from Adam. But you know, because the biblical text is something different. And it's being told from the perspective of the man because, you know, the woman was the one that ate the apple. Well, good. I'm glad the woman ate the fucking apple. Because by eating the apple, it meant she learned the truth. They were supposed to be equal. Maybe not body structure wise, they were equal. But intellectually, that's where the superior thing. And, you know, it's some men will bow to a woman or not, what have you. But you have two sides of the milk. One's fighting for control, and the other one's fighting for independence. See, a traditional marriage, it's not that it's the woman staying home taking care of the kids. But that's what it's perceived to be because it was never given a chance to be something different because it was always perceived and drilled in everyone's head that that was what a woman had to do. She wasn't like having friends. She was not going nowhere. It's like, you stay home. You're cooking food for me. I bear my children. And that's all you're going to do. You look good, and then the sun, well, you know, I went somewhere to my ex-husband after I told him about the movie that was really sexually assaulting me. And I told him about where I had been roofied. And I was asked, did you have your hot pants on? It's like, you're lucky that I didn't punch you right in the fucking face because you would have. You're blaming a woman for being raped. And you say you're not a Uranus. You're the perhaps no one bridges the worlds of men's rights, misogyny, and alt-right racism more apparently than F. Roger Devlin. white nationalist academic. He argues that women's liberation has actively hurt white men's ability to procreate because when white women have choices, they are less likely to get married, have children, and perpetuate the white race, perpetuate the white race. Women don't want to get married nowadays because they don't fucking do it. You don't want to have to take care of a fucking grown ass man. When you leave the home, you're to be independent. You each work together, making the meals. There are some women that want to stay home, my and yes, but that's because they want to do it, not because it's expected of them. They choose to do that. And if they're doing that, then why the fuck aren't you respecting them for it? What, because you go to work and then you want to say they don't do shit? What the fuck are they doing for you, huh? You want them to stay home so they can cook and clean and, take care of your kids for you. But then you want to bitch and treat them like a piece of shit because you're the one out working. How about you stay home with the kids? Just remember, you got to do all the cooking, the cleaning, changing the shitty diapers, taking the temperatures, cleaning up the vomit, and plus taking care of the wife when she comes home. Works both ways, right? If it's traditional for the woman, why is it not traditional for men? Equal rights. Men screaming for equal rights, women are screaming for equal rights. Equal rights works the same, right? Some women, they go to work and they come home and the men are sitting there and they're sitting in their chair with their belly shirt on and drinking their beer. Hey, woman, give me that fucking beer. And if the woman don't, hey, woman, go take care of your kid. Don't you ever fucking do anything right? That's what happens. That's misogynist. And it doesn't matter if you're in a gay or straight relationship. If they're in their masculine, that's what the feminine gets. Because you don't have to necessarily be a man to be a misogynist. You can be a woman that portrays himself as a man. So sit with that. Get this so-called a Christian guy. He's supposed to be a Christian. He goes to universities and he belittles other people. But yet he'll get up on a stage, and he got pissed off one day on the stage because I seen the video of it, and he called the guy he called the person a fucking snake. He's one of the ones that would say, okay, like with jumping on it's illegal to have an abortion. So your oats, right? Pastor, bring me a card one day and had a verse from the Bible, and in that verse it said, "Wives shall submit to thy husbands." But see, the thing is, that wasn't right. It wasn't about wives shall submit to thy husbands. And being respectful to each other. It's not about one submitting over the other. It's called teamwork. You say you want, like you get up there and you fucking preach and say that, oh, there's two genders, gay marriage is illegal. Who the fuck are you to say that gay marriage has to be illegal? Are you God? Are you the fucking judge and jury? And don't tell me that God says it's illegal. Because God doesn't discriminate. Your belief systems do. Your teachings do. And it doesn't matter if you're man, woman, masculine, feminine, or how you identify. Probably a name for women that do the same as what the men are doing that are misogynist. White supremacy, women are doing it to other women because they're trained to do it. Because that's what they're learning. No, you need to take it. You need, like, just go with it. Like Donald Trump says, it is what it is, but it really is what it is because you allow it to be done. People want war to stop. But they don't want to change the very system that's created. And it's the misogyny, it's the white supremacy, it's the nationalism. And it's all got to do with ignorance and wanting to be superior over the other. Lilith and Adam were brought into the world. Adam was afraid of the water. Some say Lilith was a siren, and she tried to drag him to the bottom of the ocean. Did she? Or was she actually trying to teach him how to live on land and because she could. Why did it always have to be just on land? Why did Adam have to just stay on land? Why couldn't Adam do things that Lilith enjoyed? But you say it's the woman who's afraid. The masculine boy of feminine. Because they're easily afraid. Don't let me say that. Hey, how about you start learning from each other instead of trying to bash and beat each other over the head with fucking billy clubs and high heel shoes? Are you after Rolly? Married, have children, and perpetuate the white race. Devlin has spent much of his career decrying the rise of self-actualized women who threaten the existence of white people by suggesting they may be something more to life than breeding six warriors while being a happy husband. As one poster, see that's a fucked up song. See the bodies while they burn. Seriously, heard freedom of speech. Yeah, it's fucking freedom of speech, all right. But it's playing on what they say to be a family-oriented radio station. That ain't for kids. Yeah, it's who are you to say what our kids listen to? Well, who are you to blame fucking society for what your kids do? You are the one exposing them to it because you're telling me who are you to say what music our kids listen to? Sit with that. Because it actually hurt white men's ability to procreate. Because when white women have choices, they're less likely, okay, to get married. Has spent much of his career decrying the okay, self-actualized women who threaten the existence of white people by suggesting there may be something more to life than breeding six warriors while being a happy as one poster on allright.com put it. Devlin demorals that women have gained too much power, which has upset the natural order of things. Adam, no wonder both your fucking women left you, and the other one found a female. I guess she got tired of you, Adam. She'd rather be gay than be with you. Is that why you hate on same-sex marriage? This is a spirit to spirit, and if people hasn't figured that out yet, sit with it. My channel Spirit to Spirit teaches of going with itself, and obviously obviously a lesson's being taught here. Adam became cruel, but I believe Adam was cruel from the beginning. Uranus was fine with Gaia until they had kids, and then the attention was no longer on him. So, you know, didn't allow the kids to rise. You intimidated. And then the only way you thought you could take the woman down was to do something else. And make them just like you. You really need to sit with you need to get to it. You might want to read your fucking biblical text again, and then you might see what's going on. Totally, I said, like, even if the fucking truth was in front of you, you'd still fucking deny it. That's how naive we can be, whether you're a man or a woman, masculine. Bad Alice. Here's a bad Alice. How many of you have gone down the fucking rabbit hole? Ooh, down you go. Come on, Hope, you're coming up with me. You stick it up with it, you see more fun and it's super good. Talking now, just set up. And there are many of us set up. do with it. I like that song because it's like Bad Alice is the White Rabbit. It's that part of going down the rabbit hole. It's not about taking things at face value. It's about being independent of the system, being independent of the narrative. It doesn't mean that, you're not traditional. People can be traditional and independent. But you're always going to have that masculine bully, right? See, with this, they know that they know the feminine rising, the phoenix rising. Don't they say the dragon lady? The dragon lady? Why is she a dragon lady? Because she's breathing fire as she rises? Because she's fucking pissed off because you tried to bury her? The dragon, Uranus was a dragon, and Gaia was everything. Okay? So there's the father. The son, the earth child with a spaceship. And the Holy Spirit. Which the Holy Spirit, it's everything. It's all the secrets, it's all the truths. And then hope is in the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is all. So the Holy Spirit, whether you believe it or not, the Holy Spirit will be the. And you try to keep her buried along with her body. Because, you know, when Devlin argues that women are ruined by having too many choices, why is the men allowed to have so many choices, but women aren't allowed? If you're as good as you say you are, then I guess you wouldn't have to worry about a woman going astray, would you? Or a feminine going astray. But it wasn't the feminine that went astray. It was actually Adam. And I think I have to say it almost like it had more to do with bestiality. Shit, there. So someone didn't like you didn't like that. Oh well, too bad for you. Am I saying that's what it is? No, I'm questioning it. Look at mythology. Half horse, half man. Look at the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Você pitacarai. E matuta pitacarai, zoology. Boy, sa casa de mutu para variando curisita, tatea tudo aí. Forbidden fruit. Really referring to a fucking apple? Staying with your own kind? People. Seriously. The animals were created by the people before the people, so you stay in your biblical text. People say humans come from monkeys. Some say from the ocean. Without an evolution. But the mythology, you won't believe that. You'll even the Egyptian stuff that's on the fucking wall, people still say it's fucking myth. What, didn't want the woman telling the truth? The devil argues that women are ruined by having too many choices. Daily Stormer, founder and neo-Nazi Andrew Angelin, or Angelin, wants to remind women that they're lucky to get a man, any man at all, and are worthy of little other than male violence and contempt. Women are lucky to get a man. Let's reverse that for a minute. You're not God's gift to it. Maybe it's, maybe a man is lucky to get a woman. But see, both ways would be the wrong way of looking at it. Because I'll tell you right now, you are the kind of people that should be castrated. But then you can't do that because usually you use even worse violence on the women. But thinking like that, there's some twisted stuff there. Same as when a woman thinks about with regards to a man. It's twisted. Are there more cases of men hurting women? Most definitely, because it's been going on for so long. But it doesn't mean that there's not a high percentage of women who do it to men because it's all in you're in your feminine or masculine. Where's your mind at? So women are only meant to have violence. That tells me Roman times. That tells me Nazi times. That tells me back when, we're still going through a Christ thing, and that was fucking damn near 2,000 years ago. Or was it? Men are always wanting. It's like the woman is always the one that has to get fixed. And why is that? Because you don't want no more children. But see, the thing is, if the marriage didn't work out and the woman still wanted more children, well, that woman couldn't have any more children. But the man could. How is that fair? It's not, but a man like that would think otherwise because a woman only deserves violence. And that shows me that picture at the inauguration, that's how they treat the women. I grew up um, a lot of men that thought that, they may not have thought that like violence, but they were pretty fucking verbally abusive. I already told my ex-husband if he ever laid a hand on me, I'd throw you through the fucking wall because I'd surrender to spirit. But right now, I'm in of what happens to people. I have to be the one to keep that part of spirit in check because it's like the ego, the beast coming out to protect me, not to hurt me, but protect me against men like that, people like that. I do think, like, you know, it was like a woman being locked in a dungeon and only used for their purposes. And finally, she ripped the fucking door right off the hinges. And she was called psychotic after being fucking tormented and tortured. But it's the woman who's at blame, or the feminine energy that's at blame. So that kind of that's disturbing. So it's like that part. Men who say that with regards to the men are the protectors, but in that case, you know, that's where the men are the aggressors, and where obviously the woman needs the protection because if she tried protecting herself, well, in that type of society, she'd be the one in the wrong, according to them. And these are the people that you put in power. These people who think like this, and then you say shit about like Justin Trudeau being a little flamboyant. I'd rather a flamboyant man who stood up for, like even remotely stand up for a woman than have somebody who just couldn't stand it. Seriously, Peter Pan. Mac's husband says, "This is true." Well, yeah, it is true. If you watch the series Once Upon a Time, Peter Pan, before he became Peter Pan, was actually Rumpelstiltskin's father in the series, Rumpelstiltskin's father. But when Rumpelstiltskin was about 6 years old, his father abandoned him on Netherland because he wanted to be a kid again. So he had to let in order to be a kid again, he had to let Rumpel go because Rumpel was a constant reminder that he was no longer a kid. He had responsibility. So he let his son go so that he could become Peter Pan. And then Peter Pan got lonely because he was the only one on the island because you weren't supposed to stay on the island. So he was on the island and he was lonely. He didn't want women. So what did he do? He became Peter Piper. They say the story that he used the pipe to lead the mice away. But was that actually the truth? Or the rat story? Was that actually the truth of that story? Or was it that he was going in with a magic pipe and luring the boys, the lost boys, with a frequency that only they could hear, and led them back to it? Because that's what in Once Upon a Time, that in the story, that's what Peter Pan did originally with Rumpelstiltskin's son. The first time he played that little, the Piper, played the Piper, took him back to, he followed him to Netherland, and Rumpel went to Netherland, the dark one, to get his son back. And then Peter Pan ended up coming back again because Rumpelstiltskin's son didn't want his father being the dark one because the power was going to his head. So they got a magic beam. And then Rumpel didn't want to give up his power, so he let his son go. And then the son was trying to save Wendy. Who's on Peter Pan? Wendy. And Wendy was the only girl that was at Neverland. And he had her locked up. And when Bay was Rumpelstiltskin's son, he got the shadow to take him because he was protecting Wendy and her two brothers. But that's who Peter Pan is. You've never wondered with regards to the Lost Boys and Wendy being Moongold. But oh, well, no, that's just a kid's tale, is it? Go read your history. I want you to believe it was. The Lost Boys, the Lost Souls. And it was mainly boys because, it's easier to turn it's easier to turn a boy into a killer than it is a girl. It's easier to turn a masculine into a killer than it is a feminine. I'm not saying, but it's because that happens, it's because you beat the feminine. And you try to create killers. You want to force women to have children. So that your genes can keep going. But you want to fucking kill everybody else. Doesn't matter what color a person is. Doesn't matter if Jesus was brown, white, yellow, orange, green, purple, gold. But you'll fight over it. You'll fight over color. Opposed to getting the true message. In a March 2017 rant, apparently sparked by Brad Pitt's weight loss following the end of his marriage to Angelina Jolie, Angeline launched his full-scale attack on women, including white women, whose cooperation he presumably needs to pull off his racist master plan. Well, that was the same as, there when Johnny Depp and his wife were getting divorced in freaking 2020 there when COVID, you know, I'll say it, a lot of men were throwing shit and shade because it was saying that she was uh, she was slandering his name. Was she slandering his name, or did she know something about him? Because they're saying that Johnny Depp was on the Epstein list. You know, who knows? Maybe they don't care. I actually on my TikTok a couple times where it said that Johnny Depp was following me. And some of these people will come in and say, "Oh, well, thanks for being a supporter and thanks for messaging me," when I didn't even fucking message them to begin with. So do I know that it's a bot or it's a poser? You're fucking right, I do. People on here, it's like I get a lot of messages from men. Like right now, I'm not trusting many people. So it's that part, don't take offense if I don't message you back. It's because I don't like it's like, thanks for saying I'm beautiful. But it's that part, I don't trust whether, like, it's that part of somebody trying to boost my ego. That's going to be a little hard because I really don't take compliments well, and I don't take that stuff to heart because it's like my whole life it was compliments to get in my pants. The part of if you're for a relationship or what have you, if you're looking for a relationship, you're not ready. Even if you think you are, because when you are ready and your person is ready, then you will meet. And it won't be a matter of looking for somebody. It won't be a matter of trying to force something or make something work. In typically self-adrenalizing style, agent, agent, or aggrandized, self-aggrandized, aggrandizing style, Angelin, Anglin, referred to himself as the tip of the spur against the feminist menace writing. I have to say, he must be the spirit that went after Mary Magdalene. Are you the one that raped her too? Because Mary Magdalene was raped a number of times. And it was like once she like, menace writing. The fact is, when you give women rights, they destroy absolutely everything around them, no matter what other variable is involved. Even if you become the ultimate alpha male, some stupid bitch will still ruin your life. That's I'm going to say it, and he can take offense to it or not. I don't care. He said a number of times that women ruined his life. No, you fucking ruined your own. You went in the relationship knowing the woman's past of being put through hell, and you contributed to it, and you said that it's all the woman's fault, that we're the bitch. Roof, roof. I'm going to fucking protect my young. So Uranus, maybe you should stop talking shit. Told ya, my channel's spirit to spirit. So if you take offense to this, then I guess you're carrying a piece of that spirit. The same as I'm carrying a piece of the spirit that's talking to that spirit. The spirits are duking it out. Some of you might be saying, are you going to keep repeating the same thing over and over again? Are you going to really stand together and say enough is enough? Speak up, because you know it's fucking wrong. It's like, put on your big boy pants and your big girl skirt or pants or whatever you want to wear and stand up to the fucking bully. Because when you stand up to the bully, it means that you are embracing the Holy Spirit, which is the Father, the Son, the Mother, and God. Because they say the Father's supposed to protect. Right? When you become balanced, you embrace that part of you that is the Father, that is the Son, that is the Holy Spirit, which is the Mother and Daughter. And let's say that we're bitches, you're fucking dangerous, man. And the police really need to be fucking handcuffing you. See, Proud Boys, white supremacists, nationalists, misogynists, they hide in the system because that's the easiest way. Some didn't like me saying that, but it's true. I had two officers back years ago. I had been out to the bar drinking, and I got a cab home. But when I get home, I didn't have my house key because I had been standing up at the bar talking to the bartender, waiting for my cab. And I set my keys on the counter. I am extremely grateful for that bartender coming by and seeing two male cops both trying to push me into a bathroom because I was trying to tell them that I forgot my key at the bar and I was going back to get it. But he come along. Luckily, he come along because he stopped them from putting me in that bed. Do I believe I would have been safe? Fuck no, because it was like 3:30 in the morning. So they did, like, we're responsible for our actions for a while when I blacked out. Woke up feeling dirty and not really knowing what happened. So I'll put it this way. At the age of 9, it was a man who were in love. He would force himself on me. But now, he doesn't have that power because Carl will find it. And I wasn't the only one that did it. Worried about losing a wife or a girlfriend once you express these opinions? There's no need for that, Angeline writes. Women crave men who call them stupid and claim they shouldn't have any rights. Wow. Oh shit, wrong thing. He's a proud boy. See that? Make America great again. It's a Trump supporter. Sit with that, Aunt Jeannie. He doesn't look to be all that old either. So who taught him to be hateful to women? Seriously. He looks up to Donald Trump. And on a bus, Donald Trump did say, whether it was like in 2005 or 7 or whenever it was, it doesn't matter. He said it to Billy Bush with regards to women, and he has no fucking respect for women. They're just an object to him. The only people who he likes are the ones who suck up to him and kiss his fucking ass and suck on his penis like a lollipop. Got to stroke his ego, right? Because that's his penis. But you say about the Roman times, the Romans, when you say about a specific religion with regards to what they do to little boys. Is he one of the victims? I have to ask, is he one of the victims? How many women has he hurt? Seriously. When you look at pictures of the after party of the inauguration 2025, I appreciate you bearing with me. My arm's cramping. I sicuramente Mehersología uri Mekotoprakita. So bad for I have a long list of stuff that I've been, mhm. Huh, speaking of Johnny Depp, still way down. Shit. Right now I'm having, gas pain. So whoever's ever like throwing the tax at me, boy, I'm a today. So let's show a couple things here. Okay, so first we'll show this, the video again. Have a gander.
Worked on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. I did try and fuck her. She was married. I don't know, Nancy. Yeah, no, this was.
Wow. I must say that was really weird because, I just got bumped off of TikTok. Purisima katapurieto ke mishla kesare. Isupo puri ketaburi ka arikoya shalaki makasare. Isupo puri ketatudem. Puan makai nukuli hatale. Isula kashalaki sela kanimoto pietare. Isiko dobre. Oh yeah, I feel the attacks. It's like not hard to feel them. It's like trying to shut someone down. And I've been on here 7 hours, 20 minutes, and 46 seconds. And it's to show the part of, like, with regards to white supremacy and national. If you're like, I just got booted or like put off of my TikTok live. Right now, I'm playing the video. Donald Trump makes lewd remarks about women on video, and then I'm going to show you Andrew Angelin, a picture of him. Okay, but this is first what Donald Trump says, and women think that he's for them and everything like that. And Melania doesn't see a problem with it. She said, "Well, when I first got him, I didn't know what it was, but it doesn't bother me anymore." No, it doesn't bother you him being fucking lewd to women. Are you submissive? Or like what's going on here? Or are you part of the problem? You're the lure, right?
And I failed. I'll admit it. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
And so was he.
Yeah, no, this was. And I moved on her very heavily.
She was married, and so was he. Because this was in September of 05. Yeah, I believe 05 or something like 05 or 07. Whenever him and Melania got married, because him and Melania got married just that January before this happened.
I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. So she gave me that some nice furniture. She got some. I moved her like a bitch. And I couldn't get there. And she was mad at me. She always thought she's totally changed her life. And then do some gift wraps for his gift. Yeah, I'm not a good I'm just like, just I'm not a good earlier today. And when you start, they let you do it. You can't do anything. We hadn't done a visit. Do anything.
And that's Billy Bush, George Bush's nephew.
Well, how are you? How are you?
Now, so you've seen that, okay? Now we'll go back here. Okay. This here is the picture I'm talking about. He looks very much like one of the actors. I said he looks like Roseanne Barr's ex-husband or something. These three around here, these are the Proud Boys. And she's holding her head, the top of her head, and crying. And this guy right here, he thinks it's okay. He's a Trump supporter. And, you know, I want to look back because I would want to know if he was one of these guys in this picture. And, you know, people want to say that, like, with regards to other things,
shared a joke and the like. A 1992 party at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein shared a joke and the laugh. NFL cheerleaders danced among the crowd. The video from NBC's archive was shot more than a decade before Epstein served 13 months in a Florida jail for procuring a minor for prostitution. Last week, after Epstein pleaded not guilty to new federal sex trafficking charges, the president characterized their relationship.
People in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
But in a 2002 magazine article, Trump called Epstein
he wasn't a fan. You're fucking partying with him, you cocksucking jackass. Did I use foul language? Maybe that shouldn't have come out. It wasn't very ladylike. Let's rewind that. That's what he says about Jeffrey. Kind of like Vance, J.D. Vance, who said that he was never Trumper, right?
Fan.
But in a 2000
Here in Palm Beach.
the president characterized their relationship.
People in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
But in a 2002 magazine article, Trump called Epstein a terrific guy, adding, "It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." On Thursday, a federal judge will decide if Epstein gets out on bail. Prosecutors have argued he is both a risk to the public and a flight risk, citing his more than $500 million wealth, piles of cash, loose diamonds, and an expired foreign passport under a different name, but with Epstein's photo, his residence listed as Saudi Arabia. The defense team said the passport was acquired from Austria in the 80s for personal protection when Epstein traveled in the Middle East, stating their client was concerned about kidnappers, hijackers, or terrorists. Tonight, decades later, Epstein's fate is in the hands of a federal judge. Stephanie Goss, NBC News, New York.
And then
In
after,
Wisconsin, many Trump voters are still getting used to that world.
and then after Trump says, like, with regards to that, Epstein ends up dead. sit with that, and you're gonna, like Trump supporters, my aunt and then my great aunt and that, they'll say, "Oh, well, that's fake news. Why is everything fake news?" Seriously, because you looked into it. What about the ones who actually do the journalism? In March 2017 rant, apparently sparked by Brad Pitt's weight loss following the end of his marriage to Angelina Jolie. Angelina launched his full-scale attack on women, including white women, whose corporation he presumably needs to pull off his racist master plan. He wears "Make America Great Again." He hates women, and he's all for "Make America Great Again." Isn't there things that are going around that they're trying to take women's rights from them and everything like that? To pull off his racist master plan. In typically style, Angelin referred to himself as the tip top of spur against the feminist menace writing. The fact is, when you give women rights, they destroy absolutely everything around them, no matter what other variable is included. Oh, bitch will still ruin your life. He's a fucking young man, and he has a hate on for women. I'll say it again, where did that hate come from? And you voted these people in. Not all of you. Don't tell me you're of God in a mega church and you're voting for something like this. Because you're a sorry excuse for a human. Take that how you will. Worried about losing a wife or a girlfriend once you express these opinions? There's no need for that, Angel writes. Women crave men who call them stupid and claim they shouldn't have any rights. They also crave being tied up, beaten, and raped. In case there were any lingering doubts about his misogyny, Angeline returns to his tirade of abuse in July 2018, writing, "Look, I hate women. I think they deserve to be beaten, raped, and locked in cages." Now I know I'm connected to his spirit, and he thinks this is okay. Angeline attempts to prove provocatively deflect any criticism by maintaining that anyone who suggests that men who are this angry with women might not be very popular with women is ignoring the fact that women should be grateful to be with any man. This is what he's saying. They're saying he's saying. What I am talking about is a social phenomenon where men are told that if they are unsuccessful with women, it is their fault. How you treat a woman. That's why I say I believe like Donald Trump went through a lot of shit. I think he was talking shit to Billy, but I think he would have sexually assaulted her or raped her if she didn't give up. Because he does say that, am I saying he did it? No. I'm saying I think he knew. Unsuccessful with women is their fault. And it isn't just the whores themselves who support this particular bit of nonsense. Other men will back them up. This past couple of years, he hasn't been, but he's called me other things. I've been called a whore, I don't know how many times. So I know that my ex-husband carries these parts of spirit, or these spirits around, and they jump them. They jump. I call them jumpers. But I'm telling you right now, we're telling you what you're experiencing. But you'll be the first to say, like, if you beat the shit out of a woman or something like that, and you get caught for it, you're going to say, "Oh, they provoked me." You're going to play victim. But see, the thing is, that type of man is what's wrong with the gay community. Because it's an attack what they perceive to be any resemblance of a feminine or a woman. You're a troubled young man, and a lot would say you're not a man at all. They would say that you become a monster. but I say you're a lost soul. You were a lost boy, and a man took advantage of you. You were someone looking for guidance. You know, I get that smirking, I feel it. But I do know that, eventually everything has a way of coming to the surface. Because, like young women, like young men, it can be the groom. This is a common refrain among MRA itself and ultra-right misogynists. A woman should be obviously and profoundly grateful for any man's attention, and if she's not, she get deserves to be kicked, sometimes literally to the curb. And that's why Donald Trump, he signed executive order with regards to divorce law. So basically, you're trying to say Donald Trump that women have no recourse. You're a total man, and your niece says you're very cruel. Mary Trump. The link between racist, anti-Semitic ideology and misogyny is also apparent via the cases of many ultra-righters and other white supremacists who have been charged or implicitly advocated for domestic violence. White supremacist Richard Pawlowski, J.T. Reddy, Matthew Hemmerich, and William Fears, too, have all been implicit in domestic violence related crimes. In 2007, Angeli told readers on Gab that he's in favor of wife beating. And he wears a red Trump hat, make America great again. These are the type of people that Donald Trump attracts to him. Angelin has apparently been wooing MRA crossover support for some time. In 2015, he posted a diatribe on the Daily Stormer in which he expressed his great respect for women in the white supremacist movement, but also announced that he was turning the website into a boys' club and would no longer post women's writing or radio shows. He cited the large number of young men had encountered on men's rights message board who were desperate for a male-focused ideology, and that, like my ex-husband, he leans towards going towards men, and those men that he goes towards, they shoot women down, and they put the statistics against the women. And my ex-husband has voiced and said that his life went to shit because of women. No, your life went to shit because of your own wrongdoing. Who were desperate for male-focused ideology and figured he'd have a better chance of attracting them to the site if he ditched any precedence of gender conclusion. This is the moment when Angelin began to fully adopt the language of manosphere. Women's biological imperative is to seek out and attach emotionally to men in power. He writes, until a better man comes along. My ex-husband says that. That's what my ex-husband said. So he can't say, because, it wasn't, with me, I left not because a better man came along. But because of the way I was being treated and spoken to. He's never hit me. He's pushed me once, and I jumped back up and got right up in his face. Let's see, people would blame me if I got hurt, right? But I would be defending myself. So you shouldn't have got back up. Fuck you. I have the pin, the moose hide pin, and I do have a right to wear it. But as long as my ex-husband is throwing shit and shade on women the way he does, take it to front. Because they know you're trying to provoke me. So that you can say, I told you she was abusive. But I know. See, that's what these men look for. They'll provoke, and then they say, well, the women deserve it. Or they deserved it. They say that the man's supposed to protect him, but he's just so saying it to be mean. And he's a Trump supporter. Not emotionally to men in power. He writes until a better man comes along. Women are too emotional to make decisions and are incapable of controlling their own behavior, Angelina argued. When both individual male and institutional institutionalized male majority are absent, as they usually are in our present society, the women will tend to revert to a state of immortality. Immortality. Oh, sorry. Meaning of amator.
Here's the definition of
The meaning of immortality.
here's the definition of immortality.
Immortality, also known as immortalism, is an absence of indifference towards disregard for or incapacity for morally mortality. Some simply refer to it as a case of being neither moral nor immoral. But see, the thing is, who's the one saying about beating on someone? You know, I can feel it in here right now. Women as housekeepers with women. In 2017, famously publicly adverse white supremacist and alt-right figure Greg Johnson was caught on tape airing his views on women's reproductive rights and bodily agency. Get rid of all voluntarily birth control, he told Patrick Hermason, who spent a year undercover with and often recording members of the alt-right. Voluntary birth control means that people who are farsighted and responsible restrict their fertility. Johnson went on, and people who are impulsive and stupid don't. So you can't leave birth control up to the individual. He decided to trend of women having children later in life and offered a solution to maintain the viability of the white race. No fucking wonder no wonder the people have a beef with white people, because it's people like this that give white people a bad reputation. And just so you know, not all white people, and they don't speak for us. Women are postponing childbearing because of education in their careers. Say you give a woman a full year of education for every child she bears and takes care of in the home up to the age of 6. Okay, so maybe by the time she's 30, she's ready to go off to college or something. You know, if someone close to me and they figure that an 18-year-old should want to stay at home with her children, Edward Bonas. Am I shaming this person? No, I'm just saying fucking think about it. And the sad part is he's a Trump supporter. I know where some of this is coming from, but the message he must be say you believe in God and realize what, you believe in Jesus. Realize what Jesus was telling you. Tell me that you look to that man and ones like him, and then say you believe in Jesus. And it said that, Jesus stopped and then put the stones up and told him to look at yourself. Because the other thing was, Jesus knew that every one of those men were probably beating on their women and cheating on them. And it was like, how can you, dirty, dirty whore, dirty bag, ugly unkept thing. She wasn't the dirty whore. She wasn't the ugly bag. You were the poor excuse for a man. And waiting until that's saying, hey, give us time so we can beat that idiot. Families are actually more productive if the women are able to go get an education. Nothing wrong with what? You want women to start having children once they can fucking produce, have a period, start producing children for you, right? And then by the time you're 30, you're too fucking worn out to go to college or university. You got so many kids that, you're proud of yourself and then you have children. They didn't just, right there, they didn't like what I just said. God didn't put you in here to be your slaves or be your baby makers, even when you say, I'm here to talk with you. Look, be a long time populating the earth. I guess you'd be having sex with your own children, wouldn't you? See? woman can have a child every 9 months. But you'd be one of these ones that would, once she gave birth, you try to get her pregnant again. You ruin that way of thinking. Ruins the womb. Because that's a sexual assault. And it doesn't. It's actually really painful. Johnson's opinion is fairly prevalent in ultra-right circles. Richard Spencer told Newsweek he's not sure women should have the right to vote. Go fuck yourself, you jackass. Maybe you shouldn't have the right to vote because you fucking vote people in like Donald Trump. Matt Horning wrote, as men, it is our responsibility to bring goals back to their proper place. How about you kiss my white, gay loving, how would I put that? White, gay loving, immigrant caring, feminist, true feminist ass. And then go fuck yourself in the process. Yep, I heard, and go take a good long suck off your own penis. You know, they promote a lot of violence against women on movies and stuff. And see, the thing is, even though the people that think this way that will actually do it, even though some would say they deserve to be hung up in the middle of town square. You rarely ever see a woman saying that. Even though the threat is against the women. And in all honesty, man, it's you who should be in the cage. Whether I'm not in the type of cage that you want to put me in. You Mother has no mercy. Father not so much. As men, it is our responsibility to bring girls back to the place. Yeah, boy. Maybe you need to respect me as you think you should have been respected. To lead them into their natural roles as wives and mothers. You know, I hate to say it, but that way I think you're not a very good role model for your children. Maybe you're the one that, the spirit that they released when they crucified Jesus, because it was a killer. And I want to know, is this Andrew, Angeline, one of the ones that Donald Trump pardoned? Oh, fuck. Ah! Apparently. And the truth comes out. My great aunt said that. And don't call yourself a fucking woman if you cater to people like this. Because you're a extreme excuse for them. We men do not choose or reward girls for their clown college degrees, their meaningless critical jobs, or their supposed intelligence. We reward them for their willingness to please us and make us happy, and in doing so, make themselves happy. So they're supposed to be happy being your fucking servant. maybe God could have been wasn't for Adam to be able to talk. Maybe it was God testing Adam to see if he was going to learn how to treat him. Apparently, he felt the best, place. For clown college degrees, well, hey, clown college degrees, same fucking degrees at. So I guess you guys went to clown college too and got your degree, hey? But wait a minute, you're the ones that are like the one you voted for. He's part of the circus. Yeah, you got your clown degree. He's a yeah. He's probably hating on me right now because it's a woman doing that. Women thing. No amount of phony education or career success will scratch the deep itch in a girl's soul, the, the desire to serve a man. That's what so many women are telling you to pick up after yourself. And my mom, she used to do that, but she wasn't good. She got tired of picking up after me. Even in a relationship where both parents are working and they have children, the woman is always expected to still take care of the house and the children. And you wonder why women aren't marrying. You're wondering why they're not having children. Because they don't want to bring children into the world like this. They don't want their sons learning how to be a pompous, egotistical, self-centered jackass or fucking mule. In June 2017, the white supremacist group Vanguard America promoted their women's division, tweeting, "The woman has her own battlefield. With every child that she brings into the world, she fights her battle for the nation. Strong nations grow for strong families." A recent exchange on the altright.com message board headline The women question an echo of the ubiquitous white supremacist Jewish question asked participants to weigh in on women's functionality. One protester responded, seriously, the only role women play in this movement is donating their husband's money. As another, a protester put it, women should be building their own selves and collaborating to relearn the noble art of motherhood and only as a secondary activity spread the gospel of femininity over feminism to a female audience. Others are slightly less gentile in their assessments of women's biological value. I would vigorously blame the living hell out of my English teacher. Like, holy fuck. I don't care if it's miscreation, misdegeneration, miscegenation. That babe would be pregnant as fuck year after year, around the clock, acting as a hub of genetic imperialism. That's from Sam Woodward, the 20-year-old Adam Wolfson division member who is accused of brutal 2018 murder of 19-year-old Lays Bernstein, who was likely targeted for being Jewish and gay. Homophobia, which very often overlaps with misogyny, is also rampant within the alt-right. So I say, like, with regards to, it's like the Muslim community. You hear so much of how they treat, how they are with their women. Maybe women like it. I don't know. Maybe they don't. Same with the Jewish community. So that's what the Muslim. And then on top of this, is the Jew gay, Jewish gay guy. And how many of you knew that Donald Trump's father actually referred to himself as Jewish? Let's see. In 1927, Trump was arrested at a Ku Klux Klan demonstration. There is no conclusive evidence that he supported the organization. From World War II onwards, to avoid accusations with Nazism, Trump denied his German ancestry and also supported Jewish causes. So I stand corrected. He doesn't see himself, but he supports Jewish causes. Women of the alt-right, forever 1950. While women's place in the alt-right remains at a hot button issue, the terms of the debate are narrow, to put it mildly, and would undoubtedly please an MRA. Now, I want you to keep in mind with regards to, there's two types of Christianity. There's the far right conservative, which this is what they're describing here, which would be the televangelism. The because that's what she preaches. Paula White, the one that he put in as his pastor. And then, because I went to evangelical church, and all he did was praise his wife. So is that part of the true Christian? Because they said that Mary Magdalene was the one that started the evangelical Christianity. Where, they don't discriminate. But they do still go in and say about different religions. About what this religion did. They preach about that stuff. But see, the thing is, why don't you set your biblical text aside? And really start teaching. Teaching people how to go within themselves and understand. Stop pointing at religion. You say you're for the people, but you're still pointing at different religions. You're still being hypocritical. Because you're preaching about equal. But it's still that, you're still keeping religion as being unequal. Because of that religion, because of that belief. Because of what you were taught throughout the years. It's like, when are people going to stop doing that? You are. You're following the devil. Because you continue to devolve. See, they perceive the mother as evil. The taboo. Feminine is the taboo. And obviously they're trying to, like he's saying here, that it's leaving that and put them back in their rightful place. Go fuck yourself. Why don't you go back to dirt where you were created? It's the same as what you're telling us. I'm not saying go kill yourself or anything. What? You got a penis? Hey, I don't need your penis. I got 8 fingers. What? Not right coming from a lady. It's that part of, the only thing a man is useful for than to a woman is to make babies. I guess if a woman don't want to make babies right now, then I guess you're not very useful, are you? Works both ways, huh? to rape a woman. You obviously said it. And you know something? By making those remarks, you should have been arrested because that shows proof that you are a danger to women and girls. And it's pretty sad to even think that you rape your own mother or sister. Ask yourself, why did Lorena bother? I said it because I said it was because she didn't have it, really because she didn't. You're impotent because of the chemicals that your systems that you look up to is making you sterile and impotent. Are you going to blame that on a woman? Because it was mostly men who did it. Seriously, sit with that for a while. We're not. Well, women's place in the alt-right remains at a hot button issue. The term of the debate are narrow, to put it mildly, and would undoubtedly please any MRA. One side argues that women need to focus on their natural duties of childbearing and supporting their husbands, while the other remains other main, while the other maintains that while women should be mothers and housekeepers first, women may use an additional time to advance the cause of the white race in appropriately feminine ways in the company of other women. See, I have to say, when my great aunt, back up quite a bit, and didn't back up a man who would kill your own ancestors, your family. You're so fucking brainwashed. And you say it's me who's brainwashed? No. I see what God, Spirit, Christ, I see what they're showing me. And they're showing me this. showing me how to navigate through it and see the light at the end of the tunnel so that I can move through the darkness and teach others how to see the light. And it lies within you. So if you don't believe this, that's not. I will say that you're a far right conservative. You act all holier than thou, and you really need to have a look at your own life. Because I think you're bitter because your husband cheated on you. So you're bitter with other women. And don't tell me you're not, because I know fucking you. A latter group, which includes Red Ice broadcaster Lena Loktifi, Loktif, LANA LOKTITEFF, and presumably her husband, fellow white supremacist Henrik Palmgren, PALMGREN, believe that as long as white women are having children, being dutiful housekeepers, and making sure their husbands are happy, they should be encouraged to use their free time to prove to pro-white activists deserving white women should feel free to dabble in white supremacy, in other words. So do you think I don't know that, when I see like my ancestors with regards to the Templars, the Masons, and even how the rabbis, the Christians, Baptists, the Lutherans, didn't like that one when I said Lutheran. Or Lutheran Church. Pentecostal, Evangelical. In a 2017 interview with white supremacist and American Renaissance founder Jared Taylor, Loktiv opined, women want to be beautiful. They want a lovely home. They want to attract a mate, and they want to be provided for and taken care of. That's what the ultra-right can provide, what nationalism can provide, she continues. As long as ultra-right men are providing a nice home, women will fall into it. some women feel they need to have a man to take care of them. Are you sure you're not talking about like Real Housewives? Because they're pretty fucking plastic. Desperate Housewives. Because they were pretty fucked up. But see, my ex-husband, he says, why do men always have to do it? Why are men always expected to do it? So doesn't that go against what this woman says? Seriously. Shouldn't the workload be shared? You know, being able to do each other's roles when the other one is unable to. It's not about a man taking care of a woman or a woman taking care of a man. It's about them taking care of one another. So maybe you want something because you're a fucking follower and you want to be taken care of. But a real woman doesn't mean she doesn't want to be a mother, but she doesn't want to be independent. She doesn't want to have to rely on a man to give her the things that she wants or feels she needs. She wants a man, a real woman wants a man who supports her decisions too. Doesn't want a man who's looking for a follower or doesn't want a man to follow her. My ex-husband said that women can't be friends with men because men will try to get in the pants. It works both ways. But see, the thing is, men and women are supposed to be able to be friends without having to worry about that perception of it. Because that's another stigmata, because there are many people in relationships and they're friends with each other. It's equal relationship. You have respect for one another, respect for each other's ideas, goals, wanting each partner to be happy. Not just about a man, not just about a woman making a man happy. I don't live to make a man happy. I had a girl tell me that because of the way I dress, I was Chris. Yeah, I'm so fucking prissy. What you tell me I'm prissy because I've been feminine, but I see you feminine, and you couldn't fucking be masculine. You let a man walk all over you because you're traditional. How'd that work out for you in your marriage? Not being rude, just saying. Political engagement isn't the answer for women. Look, if contends, this other woman says that it isn't the answer for women. Go fuck yourself. What? Because you don't have ovaries enough to stand up for yourself? Like I said, you want to go get your pampering done. You want to go get your fucking nails done. You want to get your hands dirty. What? You think that, if a woman steps out of line and try and is independent, that she deserves a good beating? Is that what happened to you? I walk with the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit don't discriminate. Maybe parts of it did at once because it's different spirits, and it's all coming home to the Holy Spirit. We're not your fucking soldiers. That just tells me that you're a woman of this woman here. She's a woman of materialistic, monetary. Women just take care of that's not that's still much the same as a single parent household. It's thinking like because the father is supposed to interact with the children too in a healthy way. But you're telling him to go to work all day. You look after kids. He goes to work all day. And then he's in a fucking cranky mood because he's fucking tired because he's too busy making money to fucking pamper your fucking ass. And he's hollering at the kids, and hollering at you. Where's my supper? You know, not all men are like that, but the ones like those are because they don't appreciate it. They expect it. And it's because of women like you. This is that one that said that, you know, the women will like it. Was it? The women will not fall in line. It's like going to the number. Once you learn how to fucking take care of yourself. Because to tell you right now, if your husband left you, would you even know how to fucking live? His money was gone. Donald Trump signed a thing saying women would no longer get half of the assets. So I guess you like, you know, if you didn't have an education, I guess you'd be fucking shit out of luck, wouldn't you? See? Political engagement isn't the answer for women. What this contends. Hey, lady, I dare you to go tell the Mexican president that. See? Whoa. She'd slap you around from here to fucking Timbuktu. She's got more balls than most fucking men got. Because she'll stand up to the tyrant and she's got the ovaries. Women aren't that interested in politics. Well, apparently the Mexican president is. Women aren't that interested in politics. No, I wasn't interested in politics until I seen how many people were actually getting fucking fucked over and boned because of it. They're easily influenced. They go with the trends. No, only women like you. What are you going to say? It's another statistic. So you speak for all women in the world? Hey, let's see. There's 8 billion people in the world. Sit with that. Yep, some are kids. But there are 8 billion people in the world. And you want to say that that's the way women look at it? Just women like you. Go be plastic. Do I like to look pretty? Would I but it wouldn't change me. Because I don't want somebody taking care of me. I want to make myself look pretty. I want to be able to do that for myself because it's called an accomplishment. You say your children are accomplishment. Yeah. Are you going to teach them the same way too? Because they're going to accomplish about as much as you did. So I feel for if you have daughters. Because you'd be the one to tell your daughter to stay in an abusive relationship. They're easily influenced. They go with the trends. I find I can easily bring them to our side. Are you sure that you're not a man and you got the gender affirmation surgery? Because you sound a lot like a man who wants to persuade women into being their bitch. You know, I have to ask that seriously because they say Michelle Obama is actually a Michael, and they show images, pictures of it, but people say, well, that's not true. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Only the people that know them know, right? I find I can easily bring them to our side. So you want to bring them to your side so they're racist and prejudiced against everybody else except for white people, right? White privilege. No wonder they want to beat the fuck out of people. No wonder the different cultures and races want to beat the fuck out of you. Except the ones that think the same way with their own culture. I just challenge them a little bit. And feminism is, of course, a huge turnoff. Not to a woman, not to a gentleman, because a gentleman is, they're connected with their feminine side too, so they understand it. Because when you use feminism, you're using it like my ex-husband. You're trying to use it as a weapon and take it out of its true contents. Because the feminine, it's a balance between the feminine and masculine, but the feminine is able to be independent and not have to rely on a man who, deep down, you really don't want to be taking care of you. The left is pushing this beauty ideal of the purple-haired, overweight feminist. No truly attractive woman want to be associated with that. Wow! Che molto triste, Wow. Are you sure you're not the woman off of True Blood? I have to ask, like, holy shit, were you the woman that freaking messaged me and told me that my eyebrows look like a clown? Because I really don't give a shit if they do or not. Here, would you like me to wipe them off for you? That's the woman. So basically, what she's saying is men don't want undesirables. But see, the thing is, I've said many times, you can take an extremely attractive person, whether a man or woman, and when they open their mouth, they can be so fucking ugly. A real man would rather have a woman with a heart than a woman with looks. Because this woman, she's ugly inside. And apparently, am I jealous? Fuck no. Because I'd rather have a heart than looks. Because true beauty comes from within. Let's go read about her on Wikipedia. Marie Jennifer Locktiff, born in March of 1979, is an American far-right, anti-systematic conspiracy theorist and white supremacist who is part of the ultra-right movement. She's much the same as, Donald Trump's new pastor, Paula White. If you stand where I'm standing, you're on holy ground. This is to her. So if she's saying, if Paula White is saying, if you stand where I am, you're standing on holy ground, she's saying that she's God. Because isn't it God who makes land holy? So, she's a former YouTuber. Okay. Let's see. Oh, she became a prominent YouTuber personality before being banned. She is the host of Radio 314, early life that he was born in Oregon, and is of Russian descent. Sit with that. Her parents were immigrants who fled the Bolsheviks. She has an older brother. Okay. There's two things. She's of Russian descent because her parents were immigrants. So her parents didn't have birthright. So that means that if they were deporting immigrants because they don't have the birthright, then that would mean her parents would have to leave. Same as Donald's wife, present wife, Melania, whether she has her citizenship now, she's not birthright. During high school, Locktiff started listening to Coast to Coast AM, the talk shows featuring guests who promoted conspiracy theories. She planned to study physics and philosophy at Portland State University, but later dropped out. Wow. So she did start university. What you do, get some of the Proud Boys, Fat Boys? You might have a pretty face, but you have a fucking ugly eye. Especially if you're telling women not to be independent. You little Miss Chrissy. Sorry, I grew up in fucking home where I said I'm your own permanent helper for them paying me when I need them. Early career. She moved to Los Angeles. To pursue a career in entertainment. She initially worked as a model. There's that model again. Trump's favorite women. Model. before transitioning into the music and film industry. According to Trump says, like, because if you're famous, you want to fuck you. His words, not mine. According to Locktiff, she left because she was too creative to work in industries where entertainment projects were rejected by executives for being too deep or threatening to wake people up. Locktiff returned to Bend, Oregon, to her family. In the early 2000s, the Lockfit family created Piggyback Records, a home run label and recording studio. Locktiff and her brother started performing as a duo named 30 Day Notice, with Locktiff going all the way singing. After a few years, Piggyback's business faltered. The Locktiff went with her brother to Fiji. During her time overseas, Locktiff discovered Red Ice, a website run by Pekrin Helmgren. So let's see. Nope, wrong word. Couldn't have been too popular. The duo 30 Day Notice. Or, yeah. When I type that in, tenants insurance policy, ending a tenant's tenancy. Let's go to YouTube. 30 Day Notice.
30-day notice.
Well, it comes up Judge Judy, part 1, or Judy, part 2. Landlord served a 30-day notice. No. Nope. So I guess, like I said, they couldn't have been too well known. Piggyback Records. Piggyback Records. The Kids World Record for the largest piggyback. What is that? No. Here we go. Piggyback is an artist collective label which focuses our group efforts on local producers. Okay. Piggyback Records. Explore music from the Piggyback Records label. Let's go see. Okay, we'll close that up. And let's see. Go back there. Piggyback Records format CD album, country US released 2002, electronic rock, alternative rock, instrumental. Wow. Hate to have to say it, but no offense to the artist, but these are some pretty. Let's go here. Piggyback Records.
Piggyback Records.
In there now. Supernova Live Gig for Piggyback Records. This was in '94. Had a supernova. Bear with me 1 minute, guys. You know, TikTok just bounced me off again. Kita por aqui será e todo em. Ela bichula que eu aqui, ó. Obisita. I'm just waiting for TikTok to live to get back in again. So thank you for being patient. Much obliged. For coming back into my channel. I've been live for 9 hours and 17 minutes now. And this was the second time that I got bumped off TikTok, which there was other times where I had gone more than 10 hours without getting bumped off. But I've been talking about white supremacy. And one of the women in white supremacy, she said that it was reading the thing about her, and it said that her parents owned a record company, recording a record company, PPF Records. So I went into YouTube to find, PPF Records, and she's the white supremacist. So this is the piggyback records movement. My ex-husband was like this. Oh wait, was that her brother? Well, that looks a lot like her. And not I'm not really saying it, I'm just saying that it looks an awful lot like skinheads. And I'm not saying that skinheads, don't always believe in God, but they're more of I know people have said like punk rock bands, they go into these places and they'd be thrashing around, and when they were thrashing around, some of them were actually fucking stabbing each other. And she's right into me. She's right into music. Oh shit!
Wow, look at this.
Do I have her here? Yes. She wants a man to take care of her. And let's go back to her. Piggyback was okay. And then she met Henrik Helmingen. Red ice and promotion of white supremacy. According to the Southern Poverty Center, Red Ice started in 2003 covering the paranormal and conspiracy theory before shifting to white nationalism and anti-aestheticism. Locktiff and Pellegrin have been jointly cited as an influential introduction to white nationalism by members of the far right. So that would explain why she was writing to what looks like the being of white supremacy. Because you know, they said a lot of Trump comes from white supremacy. Or not. Lockheed and Pellegrin have been jointly cited as the influential white nationalism and members of the far right. Red Ice shifted around 2012 in response to what the couple perceived as anti-white stigma, sentiment, coinciding with the Black Lives Matter movement. So when shit hit the fan in the Black Lives movement, was it them causing the disruption? You know, to me, it says the KKK. They were probably paying people who are going around and destroying things and what have you. Were they playing blackface? You know, what were they really doing? It's the same as like when the protesters were in Ottawa, the trucker protests, and people were going around doing the Nazi flags. Was it looks like her? Just to make the pace of the protest look like it was racist? People really need to sit with that. Really sit with it, because my sister and nephew was there, and my sister that said that and asked her if she would like to have a healing, energy healing. But then, you know, whenever I brought it to my sister's attention, she didn't believe in that, but she did at this protest. And she said, like, for a bit, she did feel a difference. Is that part of seriousness? Locktiff has denied the Holocaust and the Native American genocide. So she denied the Holocaust and the Native American genocide. Denial of the Holocaust is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that asserts that the genocide of Jews by the Nazi is a fabricated or extradition. It includes making one or more of the following false claims. Nazi Germany's final solution was aimed only at deporting Jewish denial of Holocaust is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that insists that the genocide of Jews by the Nazis is fabricated or exaggerated. It includes making one or more of the following false claims. Nazi Germany's final solution was aimed only at deporting Jews from the territory of the Third Reich and did not include their extermination. Nazis authorities did not use extermination camps and gas chambers for the mass murder of Jews. Well, I think we just would think. Because it's still I like to know where that flickering, like I can see it in TikTok. I like to know where that flickering is coming from right there. The actual number of Jews murdered is significantly lower than the accepted figure of approximately 6 million. But in the one before that, it says that, deny the Holocaust. One of it was Nazi authorities did not use extermination camps and gas chambers for the mass murder of Jews. The actual number of Jews murdered, but she just said that in this thing, mass murder of Jews, and then it's like the actual number of Jews murdered is significantly lower than the accepted figure of approximately 6 million. The Holocaust is a hoax perpetrated by the Allies, Jews, or the Soviet Union. The methodologies of Holocaust deniers are based on a predetermined conclusion that ignores overwhelming historical evidence to the contrary. Scholars use the term denial to describe the views of methodology of Holocaust deniers in order to distinguish them from legitimate historical revisionists or revisionists who challenge orthodox So this is her shifting to white nationalism. Locktiff has denied the Holocaust and Native American genocide. They were doing that in 1756. because they were scalping. And it was Cornwallis who was scalping because it was my seventh great granddaddy. If you read about Cornwallis, they say about basically one man, and in some it says, and three youth, one man and three youth. So that one man was my seventh great granddaddy, and the three youth that him and his wife were trying to. Following the election of Donald Trump in 2016, Locktiff has attempted to increase the number of white women involved in the predominantly male-dominant alt-right movement, advocating for them to play a supportive role to men. She opposes feminism, claiming that it has made life more difficult for men and that feminist goals of equality have already been achieved. But she's saying basically there's no place for women in politics. Lady, I guess you really don't know your fucking history, do you? Because women were in politics. And it's knowing what feminism truly is. Because if you're expecting a man to look after you, you see the man's side, but you don't see the woman's side. Because you're too busy pumping yourself and getting your fucking nails done. Don't forget to get your ass crack waxed. You might end up with some daggers or walnuts. I'm not saying, like, you know, I want to be in my feminine, but I don't want a man fucking taking care of me like that. Because I already have a man, an ex-husband that says, well, I got this for you. I done that for you. It's, hey, motherfucker, do you ever remember what the fuck I've done for you? So, you know, part maybe you don't fucking speak for all women. Matt's husband said that most women want a man who makes over 100 grand a year. Seriously? Maybe you should be married to this woman because you both think an awful lot alike. But oh, wait. You say you're sick of women expecting a man to do everything. So you must be talking to her because it's sure of fucking thing. You might fucking like her Because she probably don't say shit if she had a fucking mouthful. Even if it's worse, she can down. She opposes feminism, claiming that it has made life more difficult for men and that feminist goals of equality have already been achieved. She has also criticized some of the women who have accused Harvey Weinstein of sexual assault. Oh my God, no! Oh my jeez, lady! New York Magazine describes her as a looks obsessed androgynous, quoting her as saying, the alt right is a very attractive, very sexy bunch. Blah, blah, sorry, but blah, have a gander. I'm like, Donald, you know, a very sexy, attractive bunch. Very attractive, sexy bunch. Sure, you're not a man. I'm just saying, are you know, no offense to the but that's a little bit of an ego thing. Not a little bit, it's a huge ego. But you have a huge sex drive because you're also fucking attractive, but you can't keep your ego. See? What? All right. It's just good. You know, I figure you're fine. Maybe one day we'll be able to be able to you. For representation, especially race. So she criticized women who said that they were sexually assaulted by Harvey Weinstein. She says that the alt-right is very attractive, very sexy bunch. Matches are being made left, right of beautiful, intelligent couples is an empiric process. Well, if you're saying this shit, you can't be too fucking intelligent. You did drop out of university, right? And you went into entertainment business, which you know you just have to know how to be a poser. You know, not saying it doesn't take, you know, it takes talent, but you know, you take on the persona of who you have to be. And that's why a lot of actors perform like, you know, even singers. entertainment industry. It's like you really remember the lens that was in my vision, and all the women were around a circle, having an orgy with one another, all covered in blood. That's it. And I will watch movies with movies like that. So maybe that fucking thing fucking up. I don't know. But I was seeing, and it was like it wasn't in a normal house. Like it wasn't in a house. It was like it was in a fucking somewhere's underground in like the blackness with a fire in the middle of it. So it's like, apparently I've traveled, I've seen things in the underworld, or I've seen things taking place. You know, you say about all the places, and you probably find one in the White House. Seriously. In 2018, Loftive was a guest on the podcast of a Florida school teacher who used Pisiduming, Tina Delgikov. She used the podcast to encourage white nationalists to become school teachers to influence children. Ah! See? And you look at me for this as being the psychotic one? Obviously, her looks are pretty fucking deceiving. She looks innocent with a pretty face. She's got a demon in her. If you look in her eyes, she looks innocent in one. But then when she's got all that white on, she's got some cold soul. And something tells me she was touched when she was little on quite a few occasions. And I'm not sure mommy and daddy protected her. So she used podcasts to encourage white nationalists to become school teachers to influence your children. Hey, sit with that. In October 2019, Red Eye's YouTube channel was banned for hate speech violations. The channel had about 330 30,000 subscribers. Locktiff and Red Ice promoted a backup channel in an attempt to circumvent the ban. A week later, the backup channel was also removed by YouTube. In November 2019, Facebook banned Red Ice from using its platform. Let's go see. Just checking. Personal life. In 2011, Locktiff married Paul Magin. She has 3 children and lived in Charleston, South Carolina as of 2020. Locktiff identifies as a pagan. She also, or she says, she has been trolled and threatened by men in the alt-right. Wasn't she trying to help the men in the alt-right? Is that not a contradiction? So she supports the alt-right, but she's saying she has been trolled and threatened by men in the alt-right. I really need. A 2017 interview with white supremacist and American Renaissance founder Jared Taylor. Locktiff opinion. Women, what a beautiful. Women want to be beautiful. They want a lovely home. They want an attractive man. They want to attract a mate, and they want to be provided for and taken. That's what the alt-right can provide. And the thing is, she's being trolled and threatened. What nationalism can provide. She continues, as long as alt-right men are providing a nice home, women will fall in line. What happened there? Liam, and a particularly I'm serious. Like over in that corner, if you're looking on on TikTok. You can actually see almost like a blinking light over here every so often. And I don't have anything over here. I have no lights down here. Nothing here is blinking. Spider it's not gonna avoid. I don't kill spiders, so I used to get freaked out. Political engagement isn't the answer for women who are extended. Women aren't that interested in politics. They're easily influenced. They go with the trend. I find I can easily bring them to our side, but yet now she's being told and she's being threatened. I just challenge them a little bit. And feminism is, of course, a huge turnoff. The left is pushing this beauty ideal of the purple haired, overweight feminist. No truly attractive women want to be associated with that. She just insulted people. And the light, look at the light. No, there's nothing I'm doing. When Taylor asked Moffat to define the ideal alt-right woman in life, she responds, she's well-rounded, reads, is interested in fighting back against anti-white politics, keeps a nice home, raises the kids well, teaches them about their tribal ethnic consciousness, has a good marriage, but then she might have time to do a blog post or a video or produce something here and there to fight back against anti-white politics. Meaning of anti-white politics.
According to Wikipedia, anti-white racism refers to discriminatory sentiments and acts of hostility of a racist nature toward people racialized as white.
But isn't she contradicting herself because she's racist to everybody else? It's almost what it sounds like. She doesn't believe in. She denies the Holocaust and the Native American Holocaust. She's for the ultra right. Teaches them about their tribal ethnic consciousness. Has a good marriage. Well, everybody should have a good marriage. Tribal ethnic consciousness. Tribal consciousness.
According to LinkedIn, tribal consciousness is a term used to describe the shared beliefs, practices, and standards of behavior of a particular group, whether social, political, organizational, or spiritual.
It can also be understood as a collective sense of identity and solidarity within a group. So, is that meaning like just for your own people? Because if you're teaching your children to only like white people and be racist against other, they're the ones, people like her are the ones that's creating the tribal. Seriously. So to all the non-white people, it's not my business who you voted for. But aren't they trying to deport you now? I don't. It was something like that. I don't understand why. Because they're saying that all illegal immigrants are criminals. A criminal because they're there illegally, but they're paying taxes. So if they're paying taxes, how are they there illegally? That's what I don't understand. If they are paying taxes, how are they there illegally? Obviously, they're on the fucking books. Sit with that. The only, like in politics, the only ones that are anti anything are the people like them. And that girl that said about like the Canadians and being welfare bums, and that was living in Alberta but decided to go to the States. I guess you're white supremacists, aren't you? So the true color? When I first started watching you, I actually liked what you had to say until you showed your true colors. Until you started insulting the people. I'm not insulting the people in the States. I'm insulting the system. If you want to say I'm insulting these people, they just happen to be part of the system, which makes it part of the problem. And this woman that I'm referring to, she has her no, you're not awake. You're fucking woke. Because if you were awakened, you wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't be calling people welfare bombs. You'd be seeing the actual fucking problem. thing is, you're in the States, man, baby, young woman. You're in the States. You probably don't have your citizenship. And you're not a birthright citizen. Not in the United States. No, you're a birthright citizen in Canada. And you have the audacity to shit at people. Marxist is peddling retrograde, demonstratively oppressive gender roles as empowerment. And women who embrace the alt-right are buying it. It's not an accident that Luftep, whose blonde-haired, blue-eyed look embodies the female physical ideal of the alt-right, coaches her argument against feminism as an appeal to one attractive woman to another. This is another common thread between misogynistic extremist movements. Men who subscribe to this ideology feel ownership of women or feel they are owed difference or owed difference. Owed defense and or sex, and consider controversial attractive women assets or prizes to be parroted in photographs on Facebook and Twitter. Hey, my nephew back years ago told my ex-husband that in his age group in school, if a guy took you out on a date, sex was expected. So if they bought you a burger, sex was expected. So I like being treated like a prostitute or a burger. You're not one, but that's how you're being treated. Their value is even higher because they have chosen to attach themselves to wealthy men, fellow white supremacists, for instance. It's because you're fucking bought. The money makes the love in marriage, does it? The material things. How do you like your sugar daddies or sugar mummies? Because what about when they say, okay, it's time to pay up? In the alt-right world, white women who date or are friends with non-white men are dismissed and delayed, or worse. In 2017, Andrew Angelin accused alt-right personality Lauren Southern of sleeping with a black man and told her she should commit suicide. This is an extremely common response to the suggestion that a white woman is betraying her race. She's considered damaged and generally useless. So that's exactly the way my ex-husband treats me. It's exactly the same. That's exactly the same way he talks to me. Basically tells me I'm contaminated. I will say it's a sort of like when men are like, that's a glorious excuse because to begin with, it was a man who had been contaminated. So no wonder you don't say anything. Spirit, versions of my ex-husband. No wonder you don't say anything to protect me because you signed an oath. Did you sign an oath to treat women like a piece of shit? You did, 'cause you told me that you were contaminated. Might not have put it in those words, but that's basically what he was saying. And he's told me a number of times that no man is going to leave you, and that's exactly what white supremacist men do. They lower their self-esteem. This guy is a prime example. Andrew, he says they like abuse. But then if a woman took the life of a man like him, she would go to jail, right? That's how fucked up that is. That's called mental health. Generally useless. See a real man, a real gentleman. They will see that I'm not there for them, and I don't expect them to go work their fucking ass off to keep me so that I can go get my nails done. go to the stall and gossip. You know, that's where the stigmata comes from. Other people, when they see somebody who's attractive, they automatically think that they're a hoity-toity, snot-nosed little bitch like this one. And did I say that? Yes, I did. Because I know that people look at me like that. I don't have a fucking pay to squirt out my ass to clean it with that shit. Ew, I got bit of dirt on my hand. Oh, I don't want to do my dishes. Oh my God. I don't want to do, my hands might wrinkle. Better get your Botox and food lifts and ass cheeks pushing. Gotta keep up that look. You don't. He's not going to interview. He's only after, he's only looking at you for a few things. And that's to bear his children. Be his arm candy. Give him sex. Maybe you said it yourself. If you think that's the way to a good marriage, well, I'm here to tell you I think that. The over the top bullying targeting Southern Tara McCaffrey, among other alt right women, did prompt some women in the movement to call out their male counterparts. In 2017, Lutheran nationalist McCarthy chided low status anonymous trolls trying to put us in our place after the alt-right sphere attacked Southern when women suggested she wasn't ready to have children at age 22. This kind of defense only emerges when the vitriol is directed at a fellow alt-writer. Generally speaking, alt-right women seem content to pursue the movement's misogyny under the guise of protecting traditional gender roles. How about you worry about yourself if you want to have a traditional marriage where, you want to be home barefoot and pregnant, taking care of the kids and running all the errands? You know, you have no sugar daddy. No, can't say that I had a sugar daddy because he's not fucking wealthy. And, anything you did help me with because a real man, if they're helping a woman, you don't throw it in the face because that makes you just like a misogynist. Because you don't come from us, you come from all the way there. get something in return. Said here one day, said he was joking, took me out to dinner, having sex. It's not part of, after you told me that I was contaminated and dirty, do you really think that I want to fucking have sex with you again? Seriously, I tolerate you as a friend, your behavior, because it's fucking ignorant. But after calling me like contaminated and dirty, you might want to look at a reality instead of telling me that I need to see reality. And then start coming to me and saying that they're white supremacy, and then you talk the same way they do. You really shouldn't have joined the military. Involuntary celibates, deadly resonance. On April 23rd, 2018, 25-year-old tech expert Alex Assassin murdered 10 people and injured 15 others when he repeatedly drove his van on, up onto the sidewalk of the Toronto Business District. Menacing's identified with the incel or involuntary celibates movement. Celibate. Heard somebody say that before, that they were celibate. Is that why you hate women? How about you masturbate sometimes? Learn to satisfy yourself instead of being angry with women because you're celibate. I'm celibate, and I've been celibate for 3 years, but I don't blame them now. I choose to be celibate. Celibate movement, which holds the men instinctively deserve to have sex with women, but whose inheritance are genuinely not having sex with women. It's like, no. I actually was with my ex-husband for 12 years, around him for 25. And I could probably count the amount of times we've had intercourse. It's not to throw shade on you.
Can't blame a woman if you're celibate. And don't say she's fucking dirty either. Maybe you're not straight and you're just in denial of your own sexuality because, you know, the belief system. So you take care of you.
Incels like Messian believe women owe them sex, and if they're not having sex, they blame women, all women. The term incel initially had no association with violence against or hatred for women. It was actually coined in 1993 by a young Canadian woman as a label for her own perpetually single status. It eventually became a shorthand for the kind of violence perpetrated by Messian and other young men. It was attached retroactively to Marc Lepine, who massacred 10 or 14 women at the École Polytech in Montreal, leaving behind a suicide note in which he blamed feminists for destroying his life. It was also used to describe Chris Harper Mercer, who warned fellow protesters on an incel message board and complained in a manifesto about being a virgin before killing 9 people at his Oregon Community College. He later committed suicide. You know, it's your systems that tell you that women are dirty. And it's a controlling man who treats you that way. They treat you like a prop. Disposable. When they're finished with you, once your looks go away. You know, I tell my ex-husband, you know, maybe the only reason why you're not around is because of I can't because I'm sure the fuck we won't call each other. Or maybe when she says we compliment each other, you know, what I'm his eye candy. And his age makes me look young. I'm allowed to question it. Because that's what it seems like. And I'm not even in a relationship. In the days before his Toronto massacre, Messian posted admiring comments about Elliot Rodger, his fellow incel, who murdered 6 people near the University of California, Santa Barbara, in 2015. Rodger left behind a series of YouTube videos and an online manifesto blaming women for his lack of sexual prospects. I'm the perfect guy, and yet you throw yourself at these obnoxious men instead of me. The supreme gentleman, he wrote. Is that part of dude? If they made you feel that way, that would actually be on yourself. But it would also be that obviously those women weren't for you if they didn't see that you were a gentleman, if you were actually a gentleman. Because if you got angry with women because they wouldn't have sex with you or be in a relationship with you, then were you really a gentleman or were you a bitter man or boy? The underlining theme on incel message boards, readily found on 4channel and Reddit, is that the current sexual marketplace gives women too much freedom to choose their partners, which leaves some men being cheated out of their sexual birthright. Good evening. Some incels believe that by denying them sex, women are committing reverse rape, which they argue is just as damaging and harmful as actual rape and should be included in the Me Too conversation. How is not having sex with someone rape? Rape is an act of violence. Not having sex with somebody is not an act of violence. What, you're pissed off at the opposite sex because they're not attracted to you? You know, maybe sometimes it's because we come off creepy or too needy. Too obsessive. You can't blame the opposite sex if they're not having sex with you. And you can't say because they're not having sex with you, it's the same as rape. Because I've been fucking raped, and it's not the same as rape. It may bruise your fucking ego, but it's not the same as rape. Incels, MRAs, and white supremacists all share a sense of entitlement. Their online commitments reflect a belief they are owed jobs, radical economic status, and or sex simply because they exist. Based on their message board exchange, they don't appear spend much of any time considering the humanity of the people on this other side of the equation. The better qualified majority candidate, the better qualified minority candidate, that more entrepreneurial immigrant, or the woman who's just not interested. You know, there when I went up to Alberta and I found the guy on POF and I met him at a bar for karaoke.
All I remember having is one drink. And I never went on POF or any dating website. They seem to feel they're being left behind in their careers, humiliated on a daily basis, thanks to the relentless efforts of anger, vindictive feminists, and other women who have clearly forgotten their place. So how did Mary Magdalene die? Was she raped and beat to death? She died. You know, an experience that I had, so that's what I was doing. She was raped, beaten, and left to die. And the wolves, coyotes came and started eating her. And if anybody wants to laugh at it, I'm fucking. These angry men have found one another online, and some message boards are littered with casual misogyny, with highly trafficked threads on topics along the lines of why women are the embodiment of evil and all women are sluts. With no respect offered children that are fucking being raped and killing women, and women are evil. Women are the evolution. You are the people of death. Set evil. Women evolve. These men are obviously devolving. And people tell me I need the fucking psychiatric unit because I'm unique, because I'm authentic, and because, I have emotions and I speak funny. Actually went out to the bar one night. And went back to this guy's place that I know. And I saw him there. And oh man, the way he was talking to me, I could tell he really wanted to fuck me. But I do know one thing. He would have fucking ended up badly hurt. Not for me. And you know what it was over? Because we were punching a punching bag, and he was using gloves, and I was going for enough. Feminism and its promise of instrumental achievements towards female agency and full legal protections in to incels, MRAs, and white supremacist incels, and MRAs whose ranks include members of Gavin McInnes, alt-lit Proud Boys, a self-described fraternal group whose members venerate the housewives, celebrate Western Chivism, and perhaps most famously eschew masturbation, targeted feminism, feminism, and an easy scapegoat for the theoretical ills they believe have been fallen white men. So Gavin McInnes, alt-lit Proud Boy. Don't the Proud Boys follow Donald Trump? Not getting dates. It's a lot easier to blame feminism than your own terrible personality. I'm reading what's here. This is what it says with regards to how these men see women. MRAs and pickup artists, rape culture. You know, the police, the RCMP, and that, they know about this stuff. They see this stuff going on. Why are they not doing something about it? What? They got to wait till something happens instead of preventing it from happening. Because I'll tell you right now, that's the psychiatric issue. Because it's verbally inflicted inflicting violence on women is causing other men to inflict violence on women. And I'm not saying that women don't do it with regards to men who inflict abuse, because some say, well, you go on there and talk to your ex-husband. It's not something I don't say to his face. And it's not something that I'm not saying that isn't true. It's that part of, stop treating each other the way you do, and then blaming the other sex for it. I don't need somebody to come into my channel and tell me what not to believe, especially when it fucking comes to politics. Not being rude, but it's not my first rodeo. While incels are focused almost primarily on sex, MRA's concerns are broader. They believe men are being railroaded daily by the scourges of feminism. False rape accusations. I understand that. Yes, there's false rape accusations. Monogamy, settlements, demands for equal pay. McGinnis neatly encapsulates the patriotism of the MRA philosophy when he bragged that he was helping women understand the dangers of feminism. But it's the way you're looking at feminism. You're telling a woman not to be a woman. You're telling her to be submissive. And then when they're submissive because they're afraid, well, because something's happening, then you tell them they're a slut or a whore. Little fucked up way of thinking, ain't it? And it's a learned behavior. It's a program. Am I making excuses for behavior? No. But I am saying look much deeper. I used to think myself that money was the evil. But that's how the devil would have you look at it so that they could be the big ones and keep you under thought. When you need money to live, you don't have to holler at it, putting everything in capital letters. Because everything is it's an energy exchange. It's an even energy exchange. I don't like myself personally. I don't like being around people who drink. I used to drink, and even then, when I drank, I didn't like being around people who drink. I've shared before I was in detox, and I'm not ashamed of my past. I had to go through and live through my experiences and overcome my experiences to understand that I can't blame other people for the choices that I make. And I understand and know what you're saying. When that happens, people better be the right people better be ready to help others through that because it's a part of if you take someone cold turkey. Have you ever seen somebody detox? It's much like an exorcism. I experienced both. Because the exorcism I knew. The detoxing, 2021 onward. And it's not easy going out of it because it's an attachment. Okay, you do it too. Okay, so just let people know that because when people use all caps, it's emphasizing everything. So it's like yelling at people. So thank you for letting me know that. I really appreciate it. I was going to say you do it for old folk, blind folk like me. It's not unusual to find MRA and incel language on all alt-right message boards. Here, an anonymous poster berates white women for their selfish choices. Chad is the incel term for a man who is attracted to women. Selfish choices. How are women's choices any more selfish than a man's choice? What? Because they're a man? And I'm not talking to all men because there's a difference between men and gentlemen, or a man and a gentleman. You've got a man who is more in his full-blown ego masculine, and then a gentleman is in their men, feminine. The masculine and feminine, they're balanced in the two. And that's what true feminism is. It's where you're balanced. Oh, I don't need you to feel bad for me. I had to go through hell because I had to go through the darkness to get to the light. But thank you anyway. See, we can't say nothing was ever our fault. Rape and stuff like that, no, it's not our fault. But certain things we do, like every action has a reaction. I did my bad things. Maybe not something like that, or to anything like that, because I share a lot of my experiences. And I've carried around my own guilt too, and I had to overcome it. I had to look at my own shadows. I had to see my own darkness, go through my own darkness of the soul. Because we're the embodiment of our ancestors, and our ancestors put us here to make these changes. Something they couldn't do. And with regards to my ex, I know that, like you, I got put here. And in spirit, a number of times I got begged from his mother and father, please don't give up on him. I may not have a romantic relationship, and if he did throw shit in my face, he was the one who was always there with me when I needed help. And he wasn't. So he might have been trying to begrudge me and get pissed off because, he just feels like he wants somebody to do something for him for once. And that's understandable. And that's the part he doesn't realize, that I'm not just going to do something because he's part of my family too, whether he sees that or not. And then on this board it says, your freedom has brought white people and our land nothing but hardship. Your horrors are subserving our entire race just because you want to sleep with Chad for a night and have one of his criminal bastard genes. And then pretend to have a career instead of going for your beard winner and breeding 6 warriors while being a happy Kushfa alt-right.com. calm message for it. That's what it said. Meanwhile, PUAs, pickup artists, are longtime players in the misogynist manosphere, and their putative leaders, Rushby, aka Daryl Hush, or Dariush Velzitai. Sorry, I'm in last third day. I got my tears on. I just started hearing that song. There's a tear in my beer, and I'm crying for you, dear. Dice con la Mariam, mi trattori, has dedicated himself to decrying feminism, belittling women, and teaching men how to date, or more accurately, how to be the most effective sexual predator you can be. This is what this guy is saying. Infidels and PUAs, pickup artists, believe that date rape is not only defensible, but is a skill that can and should be taught. So that's what that's what happened to me in Alberta in 2020. I was date raped. So now I know what type of person that I met. Because after it happened, I didn't clue into it. And I went over it, and it's like, I look back and it's like, is he actually married and had kids? Because he said it was his sister's place. Incels and PUAs, pickup artists, believe that date rape is not only defensible, but is a skill that can and should be taught. The underlying belief that women should be sexually available to men at all times for any reason without argument is what principally led Rushby to argue for the legislation of rape. Fuck, man. Ugh. Maybe this is something my ex-husband should be fucking reading. Maybe this is something that people should be looking at. Rushby has defended violent incel tendencies, posting this the day after Michigan attack in Toronto. These are people that really need to. Somewhere I just heard somebody say, locked up and throw away the key. Well, locked up and find out what made it, so you can break that fucking cycle. Because it gets passed down, not waiting for something to happen. Because obviously, you know, it's hate. It's actual true hate because it's condoning and saying you should be teaching date rape to people. You should actually be protecting people and showing people how to protect themselves from date rape, not teaching someone how to do it. Rushby is a poster child for the crossover potential between MRAs and the alt-right. In 2015, he published an admiring review of anti-Semitic Kevin McDonald's The Damaging Effect of Jewish Intellectualism and Activism on Western Culture, which led to an invitation to speak at a conference organized by white supremacist National Policy Institute. In 2016, Rushby posted a defense of Richard Spencer and the alt-right generally on his website. See, the ones that like allow this to happen, I have to say, it must be just like these people. And you put them in power. And then you wonder why it's happening. White men adopt victim-ridden narrative. You know, he's the victim, but he knows all about my stuff. It's the part of you're not the man I thought I fell in love with. Make no mistake, this is what it says in there. Make no mistake that this is a war against heterosexual men. Only in your delusions. Because you're too busy listening to these other people that says exactly that. See, it's like the role reversal because it was like against women, and now the men are saying it's against men. This is the war of our generation. This is a war against men who are presumed guilty at birth and whose innocence is mere purgatory until a newly devised outrage sends them to hell. Okay. They say it's the war of our generation and presumed guilty at birth. Well, fuck off. Because that's a perception and that's a problem that you have yourself thinking that way. Because not all people believe that. Not all women see men as the problem. That's what you're led to believe by narcissistic, male chauvinist, egotistical, self-centered men who feel that it is their birthright that a woman is there to serve them. No. You are right. It's right. You are the enemy, and you will be denounced in the form of misogynist, creep, and sexist. And this denouncement will stay with you and affect your livelihood in ways that modern technology allows. It's another stigmata. Did I just say what I said with regards to school? Yes, I did. Because it's something that's passed down. It's not that person's fault per se, as it was something that was drilled and beat into their head. That that's the way women, or how women thought. When, that's not at all. That's how those men thought that taught you to believe or think that way. You will be prosecuted by the fattest and ugliest. It has here, I don't like this word, but I have used it a few times because my ex-husband did say sometimes you have to speak your language, and that's what he used to call me. You will be prosecuted by the fattest and ugliest cunts of the land with no hope of appeal. Rush me, the world against the war against men. Well, no, obviously you are promoting a war against women. One of the most powerful inspirations to violent misogyny across all of these movements, alt-right, MRA, incel, is the baseless charge that white men are victims who are falling prey to feminism, changing social norms, progressive through and politics. So once again, they're trying to turn you on Mary Magdalene. And why are they trying to turn you on Mary Magdalene and the teachings? Because Jesus, Yeshua, was drawn to Mary Magdalene because Mary Magdalene understood what he was explaining, what he was bringing forward. And the men got jealous because how can you do this with a woman? because it was that mentality then. This phobia is older than most of the men who populated the alt-right. It's difficult to pinpoint the moment that this anxiety took hold, but but plenty of men in the early 20th century found the suffrage movement to be frankly insulting and possibly dangerous. In the 40s, a lot of men felt threatened when they returned from fighting in World War II to find their jobs had been very ably taken over by women. So you blame the women because the women had to go in the factory and produce the shit so that you could go to war to prove your masculinity. And then you come back and take it out on the women? I guess the women actually should have stayed at home. Might have prevented the war, right? Because you wouldn't have the shit that they were making to continue. Sit with that. You're blaming the women because they made it, because they had the women go into the factory. No, blame them, not the women. They put you in war and then took the women and put them in. Seriously. Do you not see what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that sentence? What's wrong with that phrase, statement, ideology, way of thinking? Yeshua was said to be Jesus, but I actually believe that Yeshua and Jesus were two separate people. Do I believe that Jesus was God? I believe that Jesus was the Son of God, because he even said that he was Son of God. And some people don't like me saying that, but hey, read your biblical text. Because it was blasphemy the Father, blasphemy the Son, and you will be forgiven. But blasphemy the Holy Spirit, and you will not. And that's in the book of Romans. The book that's not in your Bible. I have the book of Thomas here. I believe that Yeshua, like when I say Messiah means messenger of fire. He was bringing the message of how to go within and be like him. You know, some people may not see that or say that I'm wrong because, somebody else teaches different. That's why, like, when you look at the part with regards to Jesus and Yeshua, okay, because he could heal. But then when he went to his own hometown, he couldn't. Why is that? Jesus was probably the one flipping shit to expose the system, and Yeshua was the one doing the healing. So when Jesus got crucified, I believe Yeshua came and brought him back to life because I believe it was Yeshua who brought Lazarus back to life. Jesus was the fighter, Yeshua was the healer. But they say there was only one. How do you really know? But because you look at excess. But you have to think common sense. How can you do it anywhere else? But when he went to his hometown, he all of a sudden he couldn't perform miracles. Can you explain that? Okay. Do I believe there's a heaven? When kingdom of God, the heaven within, we create heaven and hell. It's the heart. Heart can produce hell because of anger, hate, exactly what this is producing here. It can be producing love, kindness, forgiveness. But he said, you find the kingdom from within. Exercising the demons, detoxing the demons, going through the dark nights of the soul. Because when Jesus was helping Mary Magdalene, he was making her see her shadows. He was bringing those shadows to the surface. And that's like when I see paranormal investigators and they're talking with spirits, it pisses me off. When I feel a difference of a force or an energy within my home, and I start like, I know that that's when Jesus comes through. Jesus was more aggressive. Yeshua was more soft. Well, I already know that. Thank you. I know I'm on the side of Jesus and I'm on the side of Yeshua. And I know that I experience both. And I experience different things through it. You know, they're part of the Holy Spirit. They're part of Spirit. And I channel for Spirit. I don't work for, I don't work for a system. I work with and for Spirit. This phobia is older than most of the men who populate the alt-right. It's difficult to pinpoint the women were, of course, immediately dismissed from their jobs, of course, and men went on to enjoy another 20 years or so of larger, unchallenged entitlement. So basically, they were pissed off that the women had the jobs, then they got the jobs back. Unchallenged entitlement. Okay, so the roles went back, but see, the men come back scarred, bruised ego, but also they had PTSD. Maybe they had a good family relationship before they left, but then when they come back, shit hits the fan. Because, you know, I have a strong feeling that in most cases, in most families, that when people go off to war, you know, that they come back and they're never the same. Their family life is never the same. A lot of them don't know how to adjust to civilian life anymore because maybe they were surrounded by men who all they ever did was talk shit about women. About how, oh, you really feel your home cheating on us, but yet a lot of them were off at courts cheating on their wives. Because in that time they didn't have any women in World War II. So because once again, a system fucks you up and fucks you over. Feminine, a woman is blamed. I'm not saying it's all that do that because women will do it to men too. You know, when he said that the ones that get accused of rape, falsely accused, it happens. And women get falsely accused of other stuff too. So it's that part of, stepping back and realizing that it's not just food, it's the men too. It's not just men, it's the women too. And I'm not going to use the term of transgender or anything like that. And you can be offended by that. Because then obviously if you're offended, you're not getting the message. Since 1960s, women activism for social change and equality has increased. Well, because the women actually liked going to work. It gave them purpose, not just being at home, taking care of everything. They didn't want to be in the house. If Eve were alive today, what name would she be using? I want people to think of Adam and Eve. Like, sit with Adam and Eve. Okay, Adam, atom. Everything, things are built out of matter and atom. And then you have Eve. Eve is the electrical voltage, the spark of life. You come through the womb and you see light. You go from the darkness to the light. You come out of that womb. So, what name would Eve have today? What name do you think she would have today? Maybe she'd be Gaia, because it's birth to the chaos. Since 19 women okay, activism for social change has increased, bringing feminism to the masses. Progress progress has been slow and subordinate, but it's still happening far too quickly for misogynists who worry that every step women take towards equality, it is an attack on men's status and power. I've heard so many men that complain about how they feel it's always their job to do everything. It's their job to make dates. It's their job to this. It's their job for that. They're always financially taking care of the women and stuff like that. Well, like, seriously, how about you help the women rise up and let them have their own jobs instead of feeling like they're trying to take yours? You know, We're the ones who are threatened by a woman. Women are just trying to say, hey, we actually want to contribute, but you're afraid that we're going to overshine, or you're afraid that when we do something, we're going to take away from your masculinity. It's not about a woman or a feminine person lowering themselves to make a man masculine person to feel better about themselves. Ex-husband says it all the time about like women expect men to do everything. Really? Do they really? Or is it that women are actually, uh, like a lot of women are really actually tired of doing nothing and told that they're stupid, moron idiots. And like they said, the clown college, which, the men go to the same clown college. Do you believe me? I'm seeing here, I'm on her iPad now. Like what? You're a hacker? You see what I have to do? Progress is okay. We worry that every step we take towards equality is an attack on men's status and power. In many ways, Donald Trump's 2016 victory, secured after a recording of the candidate bragging about sexually assaulting women was made public, was a glorious vindication of misogynist worldview. In a Redux podcast following the release of the Access Hollywood tape, Richard Spencer said referring to Trump's behavior as sexual assault was ridiculous and tyrannical. The white supremacists added, at some point of every woman's soul, they want to be taken by a strong man. Taken by a strong. Do women feel protected from violence? Well, of course. But a good woman will actually want to protect her man from the same thing. That's the part where they stand with each other. It's not about a strong man who's going to assert her and be dominant. That don't make you a strong man. And it goes on. I'm in a state of experience that we have a president who rates women on a 1 to 10 scale. And in the same way they that we do and evaluates women by their appearance and feminine attitudes. Rushdie wrote on his website the week after the election, we may have to institute a few features called Would Donald Trump Bang to signify the importance of feminine beauty ideals. You know, honestly, maybe Donald Trump would actually bang anything that would give him attention because that's what he looks for. He's insecure when he does that. Well, I mean, no, he's insecure in certain ways. But he's of the mindset that because he is popular, because he is famous, that all women want to have a piece of him. Just as white supremacists, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobias folks have been undeniably emboldened by the Trump administration rhetoric and policies, it seems clear that misogynist extremists feel validated and empowered by the absence of a man who they believe views women through the same reductive lens as sexual objects without agency and humility, as faithful by lesser elements, or as harpies coming to steal their power. How about we become fucking banshees and we expose the evil and, seriously. I'm going to say it. Stop listening to Donald Trump and ones like him. As revealed in an April 2018 analysis published by the National Academics of Science, Trump's election was also a reflection of the dread that some white men seem to feel about their place in the world. In the wake of 8 years of relatively progressive social policies under America's first Black president, and faced with the perspective of the first female president, white men voted overwhelmingly for Trump, someone who has made no secret of his disdain for non-whites and women. At least some of these voters presumably saw Trump as a corrective, a bulwark they were against the fear that their privileged status as men, as white people, is at risk. No, it actually wasn't at risk. Maybe it's because Donald Trump's ego was getting bruised because he won to a man of color, or he lost, or it was a man of color, and then he felt he was going to lose to a woman of color. Isn't he contradicting himself a little bit? Because, you know, she might be, she might look white, but she's of a different ethnic background, right? You can see the same fear reflected in white supremacist attitudes towards minority advancements. If a black person is doing well, it must mean a white person is suffering. Boycotts of all stripes view justice as a zero-sum game. You know, just because you're white and just because a black person is doing better or an indigenous person is doing better, it's ask yourself, what work are they putting into themselves? That's why they say about white man privilege, because you think it's it's that part of thinking it's your birthright when it's not just a specific color or genetic or what have you. It's everyone's birthright. You're putting labels on yourself. You're putting yourselves into categories because you're going back to tribalism. Seriously, you know, these ones in power don't want you evolving. Women will help you to evolve. They're not trying to threaten your masculinity. That's what the narrative is trying to tell you. But they're not trying to affect your masculinity. They're trying to bring you to your fullest potential. But you're hurting them. And then they're hurting you because you won't let them get to their fullest potential to show you that it's, you don't have to. People like Donald Trump that are keeping you from experiencing your true divinity because the feminine are what's actually trying to help. They're not trying to hurt you. You're hurting them because, they're trying to help you and you say you're too emotional. It's, hey, why don't you start trying to experience your own emotions instead of putting them on the women? And then you might realize that we're not your enemy, but you're acting like you're ours. We saw echoes of this fear at Unite the Right rally in 2017, where white supremacists took to the streets of Charlottesville to recount their many grievances as white men and to announce to a horrific nation that Jews will not replace us. In the wake of Unite the Right, the alt-right trumpeted a new era of white civil rights, appealing to white men's sense of encroaching disenfranchisement. A similar paranoia underpins MRA claims that feminism is a ploy to render men irrelevant. No, because you need both. It's the balance. A woman has a masculine side and a feminine side, and a man has a masculine side and a feminine side. And the feminine is not trying to take over the world and conquer the world. It's trying to bring that placement where we're all where we're supposed to be. Men are supposed to be more relaxed. But if men are putting the hatred and the pressure on the women, and the women can't relax, and they can't be in this, they can't just be them, and then they exhibit a whole bunch of emotions, and then men blame the women, which it's actually the men's feelings and emotions that's being reflected onto the women. So the women get frustrated and they cry, and then men say, well, we don't know how to make it stop. Well, we're trying to fucking tell you how to make it stop, or how for it to stop. You're turning women against you because you're listening to the fucking egotistical pompous ass. And you're looking up to the wrong person. Women were never trying to take the place of a man. But because of an ideology and stigmata and things that have been taught over the years, because people didn't want to evolve, because they were afraid of, the women trying to take the place from them. No, we're trying to help you to relax. But you're beating us up. If you're beating us up, then fuck no, we don't want to do shit for you. Same as with a man. If a woman is constantly beating him up and thinking that, you're my fucking slave, you need to go to work so I can live so I can have somebody wipe my ass for me, so I can have somebody do my nails for me. Yes, I'm going to be honest, we all deserve to be pampered. We all deserve to be relaxing. But it's the equal exchange. It's seeing what each gender has to offer, what the male has to offer, what the female has to offer. It's not about the woman being under the man's thumb and expecting the man to work their ass off so you can live the high life, and vice versa, of the man wanting to live the high life and expecting the woman to be that bitch. Because they're off working their ass off and you're supposed to take care of them, which it's supposed to be both helping each other. It's called the two-spirited. And don't fucking tell me that it just come around in the 1990s, because two-spirited has been around since the beginning. Because it's the aspect of the masculine and feminine. It has no real significance to freaking whether you're gay, straight, bisexual, transgender, or what have you. And you know, the community, you might be up in arms. How dare you say that? Well, I dare to say it because it's fucking true. You know, you shouldn't, not being rude, but you shouldn't come in and tell somebody that they should read their comments. I read them as I read them. Sometimes I read them and sometimes I don't. But it's not because I don't see them there. Yes, that is the human conditioning. People just parrot what they're told, exactly taught. And that's what Donald Trump does a lot. They keep repeating the same things. She has a hard time reading her comments. No, I can read. I just don't always read it all. Okay. You say Donald Trump is a good man, he's a Jesus lover, but he actually represents the opposite of what Jesus represents. He's sick. Because, you know, if you're saying if you're saying that Jesus and you're saying that Jesus is like Donald Trump, no, actually, media is not all lies. There's truth in amongst those lies, and the ones that don't want to know the truth will tell you that it's all lies. We're watching it all unfold. These entirely imaginary threats are ideal recruiting tools for the unholy alliance of incels, MRAs, PUAs, and white supremacists. The rhetoric also serves as a combustible apology to violence against Jewish, Muslim, and Black communities and against women